LII, and two of our supervisors are here. Ed, who's going to be doing the other part of the presentation, and no, you're not going to be put on the spot. Nahil, you're not going to be presenting. How else we do like this? So Ed, did you?
Hi everyone, good morning.
Good morning.
How many of you are these your supervisors?
I'm Ed.
Hi, Ed.
Okay. All right, then Nahil,
Morning, everyone.
and how many of you are hers? She's your supervisor. Okay. And how many of you are I'm your supervisor? So, okay. All right, so as I said today, what we're titling this is the it factor, okay? So, because everybody, all you have now been trained with ACEs, right? So we don't just have any trainings for that, so you know about it, and so you have a certificate, but because every client is given an ACEs, or in this case, the pearls, because they're under 18, right? And they take 18, what do they take? The pearls, right? They do one, or the parent does one, right? In English or in Spanish. And everybody gets a prize, unless they're underage again, but you can still kind of use it, right? The kids, you know, in Cap 7, you can use them, and then you're kind of in your own way, because they understand the question and what you mean. Because everybody gets that, and everybody gets a referral form, right? And what we found that a lot of times, or very often, it's more comfortable to work on what is referred, what was checked off, or what the client says, oh, this is what's going on, right? However, in the last training that we had talked about how we have an iceberg, right? An iceberg, there's more to it underneath the water than above the water. And oftentimes that's what gets presented. That's what people see, that's what they notice. And that's what clients are oftentimes, sometimes they're not talking about anything, right? I don't have a problem, I want to be here, I don't know why I'm here, right? So that's minimizing or denial, right? In psychological. So what we want to do is help you say, yeah, that's, I understand that you're willing to talk about that, you see that as something that's worthy of, it makes sense to talk about. But this other stuff, that's what we have on the ICEs and cries. And maybe some other way, like when we talk to the parent or somebody else, right? If there's something that happens, right, that are important to talk about, important to deal with, important to process, right? Because who gives the ACEs? Remember, who gives the ACEs? The state is training them. Therapists, who else? Remember the training videos you did? Who did the ACEs? Doctors, nurses, people in all these various helping professions, right? So most of the persons they're giving them are not us, are not therapists. They're these other persons, and yet the data shows that that helps people with their medical issues, their blood pressure, all these other things, they get better, right? And these are persons who aren't professionals, who aren't trained in trauma-informed care. Well, they are trained now in trauma-informed care. What's another way of saying trauma-informed care? Well, trauma-informed, what does that mean? These questions are asking about life experiences that are, right, that are difficult. Has anybody, has this happened to you? Have any abused? That's easy, right? Have you been abused? Have you been mistreated? Have you witnessed somebody being attacked, etc.? So those are situations that are difficult and that affect the client, oftentimes unconsciously, but sometimes they break through, and that's the cries, right? It's breaking through. Okay. So what are they doing? They're pushing it back, right? You met people today, you guys, oh, nice to see you, etc. And if anybody asks you, how are you, what did you say? What did you say? Fine. And if they're asking in Spanish, ¿cómo estás? What did you say? Bien. You know, then, I took a while to get up this morning because my back hurt. And I'm like, how do you that? Because I'm fine. Right? This and that happened, but I'm fine. Okay? Because it's also polite to just say fine. Right? And so our clients are also going to want to be polite with us oftentimes, or test us. Okay, so that's why we want to talk about ACEs, because we want to have it not be just a part of what is given to them, but it's a tool that we use. And so much of the time it's not used, because it's easy to get distracted by this is what they want to talk about, or they're uncomfortable. So today we're going to focus on how to get them less uncomfortable, and also how to get you less uncomfortable, because you haven't been trained to go there. And many of you have heard, and hopefully it's not as much now, that you don't want to re-traumatize somebody. Okay? Those that know me know that I get annoyed and pissed off about certain things. I'm not going to use certain verbiage that really bothers me, but because it's a disservice. Okay? To think that therapy is meant to be feel good continually, or that we don't get also affected. Those that are supervisors know that I really don't like using the word upset because I have no idea what that means. Client was upset. Which upset? Sad? Hurt? Angry? Agitated? So that verbiage is very important, right? We have that wheel. They have the, how do you feel today? And they have 6, 8, and then they have, how do you feel? It's like that has like 100 and some, I think, at the outside. In the middle. So that's a lot of verbiage that a lot of times we need to teach our clients to use, and also we need to also practice ourselves, right? It's like that's what you need. Not just angry, it was furious, this, was it also this. Okay? So, very important, okay? So that's the idea of how to utilize this, because we're using to diagnose, because again, a lot of you guys are very, what I call green. And in fact, those of you that are, how many of you are not officially started with us yet? You're gonna start in the end of September 30th or October 1st, right? How many days? So you guys are like really green, okay? It's not a negative, okay? This is good. I look at it as great. Hopefully you haven't learned things we have to unteach you. And we can just teach you. So the idea being that we need to diagnose, and before even seeing the client, it's like, oh, we need to get more information to give a diagnosis. We're expected to give a diagnosis already if we have a note. So already coming in, what do they check off? So what is the emotion usually that goes along with that? It's usually one of two things: anxiety, depression, those are the major two, right? Rarely do we get kids that are thought disorder off the bat. And those are usually older. Okay? But we sometimes are involved with kids that get hospitalized. Okay? But even then it's probably more suicidality and maybe depression, and not necessarily thought disorder. They have a psychotic person. Okay? It does happen, but not as frequently. We usually break a little later anyway. So, right, so we're going to use it to diagnose, assess, keep on continually assessing where they're at that day, at this time, okay? And also, while they're in therapy, not just for us to assess and diagnose and say, but we're out to heal them, right? It's like you go to any other medical physician or practitioner, you want them to heal you, so you don't have to do that pain anymore, or at least to reduce it, right? Otherwise, what good are they to you? So, adverse childhood experience is another way of saying trauma, right? So trauma-informed care. So these dentists, medical professionals, optometrists, all these other people are saying, well, we're gonna give that and we're gonna speak to them in a trauma-informed way in terms of they're saying, we're kind of assuming that, hey, we might trigger them in some way. And that's not helpful. You might not be able to avoid it, but what we can do is, how do I help them calm down? How do I help them see that I didn't mean to do that? Okay? So they have an excuse in a way, because they're not trained to be therapists. They're not trained to diagnose, assess, and heal. Right? And that's why also, or what's behind us getting frustrated when they drop out before we can help them, or they get pulled out. Right? And when I get bothered is when we don't do anything about it. Say, wait a minute, hold on, not yet. Right? That's why we don't just take the kids, the client. You guys are actually kids for me, but the young people, the younger adolescents, are children's opinion that, oh, I'm okay, I don't need therapy. No. Respectfully, listen. They know, right? When you're doing, especially with adolescents, they say something very often, saying, I know. But let me tell you about this, they already know. Right? They already know about that. Yes, they know. They're very knowledgeable. However, they don't understand. They don't appreciate it. They haven't learned. Okay? Well, they don't have the insight, they don't have the wisdom. And my hair is kind of short right now, so you don't see much gray hair, but let's say a person with a lot of gray hair, it's like, oh, they're wise because they have gray hair. No. They're just old. There's plenty of people that are really old and they don't have wisdom. You know some people? Like our relatives, we need to respect them. Respect at their age, but they don't know what the hell they're talking about with certain things. Right? They don't know how to deal with this. They don't know but they do have well-intended, very confident responses or counsel. Right? And that's where you come in. That even though you're green, okay, how many years licensed? Or so what year did you get licensed, Ed?
2015.
16.
And I've been licensed since the month Ben was born, 1988. So, do we know more than you? Yeah, but now you're connected to us, so now you have us. So now you have all those years of experience, but you got the license there, but how many years before you got licensed? You were working, you had the experience and all that. So that's all those years of experience, right? And learning and practicing. Okay, so when you get challenged, it's like, oh, I've been doing this, you have kids, and it's like, well, you're asking that for what purpose? Don't necessarily tell them, like, see, you don't know anything. I remember when I didn't have kids, like, yeah, I don't have kids, but I can still help you with parenting. Right? Because I had to study, and all these years that they've been doing these studies and doing this work. So that's what you're plugging into. Right? So they don't know as much as we do, right? And they don't have the perspective that we have. Okay? But yet, it's still fighting. It's still different. Okay? So this, like, luminize yourself to help persons in this culture and subculture to be a part of a healthy support network. Okay? Family systems, most of your MFT, right? Students. Systems, multi-generational issues, all that. Right? Family system or support system. Well, who do you consider in the support system the safety net for the client? So that's a part of what we're assessing, right? And not necessarily assuming that parent, maybe one of them is, maybe neither of them is. Maybe it's their older sibling, maybe it's their grandma, the person who's taking care of it. And maybe even all of them, there's such a chaotic family system, it's like they're all unhealthy. So, who in there beyond that is connected to them? And that's where you come in, you're going to be a part of that. even though they fight you. And who else? They're in school, they've been in school. Now, those of you who are in Pandaland, they're very young, but those in like middle school and high school, they've already had experiences with, teachers. I remember I really had a crush on my third grade teacher, which means that I really saw her as somebody to listen to, right? And because I got the sense that she cared about me, right? And other kids. So that's a support. Someone you feel comfortable with, someone that you want to please, not someone that you want to listen to. Okay? So that's why it's important. It's not just the client. Okay? This is not, this is community-based mental health. Okay? In a school-based setting for the most part. Now, if you're doing telehealth, it's still connected to the school because we're getting them through the school and they're part of their support network as well. Somebody that said, this kid needs some help. This is going on. They're being trauma-informed, right? So it says the lunch lady may be the healthiest of the supports that this kid has. But you don't know that if you only see the kid when they send you to that room. Okay? And again, I don't speak of this out of theory because I worked 16 years at a school-based clinic working with high school kids. And it took a while for a lot to kind of re-educate and reorient some of the staff. We've got some staff that already got it, but others that didn't. And it just thought punitiveness was what was needed, right? Strictness and all that stuff. So it's very important to, even though you're there maybe one day, well, I'm at this school one day, this middle school one day, and this high school one day, and this elementary school one day, and this middle school one day, it seems like, but getting hold of the liaison, having a relationship, an ongoing relationship with that person, and their teachers. I mean, if you find out that teacher is like not one of the healthiest people around, well, you don't let the teacher know that and say, oh, I'm the therapist and I'm going to be pulling him out of the class, and I like periodically to check in with you and get some feedback on what you think of what's going on. You leave the thought bubble there. Even though I've heard you're mean, kids don't like you, other staff don't like you either, right? They don't get it, right? There's people that get it, there's people that don't get it. Okay? They have other stuff that's going on in their own life that they haven't dealt with either, right? So redefine the family system to include family of choice. And that's what we see that, in some families they already have that. It's like, well, who's your mom? Well, I have 3 moms. I have my mom, I have my nana, and then my other mom. My tia, my aunt, who brought me up from the beginning with my mom, who's actually been more available to me than my mom because my mom worked so much. My biological father left, and so she raised me along with my grandma, so I have 3 moms. And they're already given permission to do that. Other children are not given permission to do that. That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, and means that we need to give them permission to do that. So they get unstuck. So family of choice, which is what we do as adults. We get into a relationship, a partnership, a marriage, and I hope we chose each other, right? It wasn't, well, when you were 5, we made a deal, you got each other. No, that might still happen some days, but it did happen before, right? So you choose each other, but in abusive relationships, you don't. You get chosen. But you're tricked to say that you, right? Those of you that deal with teenagers who are grown up in very unhealthy systems, right? Multi-generational, domestic violence, etc. Those teenage girls often say, I don't know what's wrong with me, I keep on picking the bad ones. It's not true. There's nothing wrong with you. Well, those bad ones, those perpetrators, those predators, they are good at seeing that you're vulnerable and they pick you and have you feel you trick them. Oh no. But you need to know that so you can give that information to them. Right? Again, you're wrong. Because, oh, well, let me help you with that. You're agreeing with them. Sometimes adults develop and define a healthy support network to help them, and a lot of times they don't even have a standard. Abusive people, perpetrators are very persistent. What happened what happened? Oh, you can't down, okay, let me go. Okay. Really? That's it? Not, he wooed me, he's attractive, I like this about him. He was so caring, respectful, and nice. No, it is persistent. Again, they're going to take the type. And his girlfriend. And his partner. And his wife. So this is something that's pervasive and right, so that's what I mean by paradigm shift from entitled to a vocation. Now we're talking about you guys. Okay? So if not me, then who? If not you that's going to help this person to heal, then who? This is your opportunity. Okay? Not everybody's going to take advantage of it. Like you see right now, somebody's like, what happened? They left the school and we can't see them anymore. They've already been started and been transferred to you. If not now, then when? Well, and even then, for you to get them going in this process, and if they do leave and they haven't finished, they've already had the experience of, hey, there are people that care about me that aren't my family. There are people that have told me already it's okay to talk to these people. To talk to people when you're in pain, when these things are going on. Okay? Because a lot of these kids we're dealing with, those are dealing with them in high school, right? We have a charter, and charter schools, one of their main goals is to get as many of those kids as possible. They try to get 100% to college. And what do we know on college campuses? Health center. What's part of the health center? Counseling, therapy. Right? So for them to say, oh, okay, I can get counseling again. Or continue on with that. Okay? The question on prize, basically we can see that is an experience that told them that they're unloved or not valued. Sometimes by extension. Because they grew up in a domestic violence home and their, what they call father, be raised. Because all abuse is based in psychological abuse. The easy one to see is physical and sexual. That's easier. But it's all, from the perpetrator's perspective, what they really get off on is knowing I can control you. Okay? Almost like a puppeteer. Okay? You're my prisoner, but there's no walls that people see. Okay? So, the idea is to help them see that they are valued, and that there's a problem that some people don't value you, but there are those people that do. Okay? So, right here, I'm going to have you, like I said, do some activities. Right? We have a lot of resources, and I don't have time to go over that. Have you guys seen the diamond exercise, one of our resources? No, it's in our resources. It's called the diamond exercise, and basically it's something that clients taught me, right? That I put together as this visual, and we know that persons of color tend to be visual learners more than auditory. So it's nice to have visual stuff, draw things, do things like that. Okay? So in that diamond exercise, there's a clump. And it's like, last time, what do you think's in there? What is this? Well, if it were real life, it would be like, this would stink. Because it's gunk, and maybe dunked in, the Indian movie where the kid, millionaire, Slumdog Millionaire, right? What does the kid do to go see the star? He dunks himself. In what? It's a toilet. So he goes over there, we're watching the movie, but the people are like, because he stinks, right? but it's covering up who he is. And all those experiences of, not even sometimes words, just looked at like that. Right? Being told nothing, being beaten, or being less than, all these things are dunking them, and then they just see that. But our job, and my thing, I see this. And I tell them that, and they know I mean it. Versus, that you're just doing it out of a book. You're just doing it because you have to, just like moms get told, right? You're just saying it to my mom. You're just saying it to your mother. No, I mean it. What you did was stupid, but you're smart. I love you, and I mean it. What were you just saying because you have to? No. So being able to see what is it that, what is it that calls you to be a therapist? What is it you want to do? Okay? Because, here we are, right? So right now we're at Mission College. I grew up in San Pacoima, went to San Fernando High School, went to Riverside, not too far. I went there because I couldn't get into Pitzer, even though they have a really good psychology program, but I couldn't afford it. But the state paid for me to go to Riverside. Then I went to Baylor University in Texas. It is a whole other country. And then I went to Boston University, minority training program with everybody on staff. There was a minority of some kind, Black, Asian, something, which was great. Now they call it something different. They don't call it minority anymore. So, and then I came back and started looking at this community instead of go away and treat people and make a lot more money. Right? Because people need to heal. People need people to understand and get it. Okay? So we do have some of these if you want to. It's really ornamental. They're chandelier replacement things. And this is fish and string. And so I would do that with my clients and say, this is what it is. It's like, oh, and this is you. Who sees that? Usually already knew. Your aunt sees that. Your biological mother never did. Your biological father never did. And so, take it to remind yourself of this is you. Even though all this stuff happened to you. But that doesn't define you, but that's what they think. And that's what the abusive persons want to convince them. Right? Those persons that are in abusive relationships. I'm stupid, it's my fault. I make him. Right? I don't know that. The person that's willing to be on the side. She's depressed. She doesn't think she's on that. So take this, right? It's like, and I want you to share with your aunt, the client that I do in particular, a guy. And it's like, luckily he wasn't successful on the many times he tried to kill himself, and would just take stuff. Whenever we go to a party, I'll take it, maybe I'll work it. So it's like, and ask the aunt, say, oh yeah, that's me. Without thinking, that's him. That's why I call him mijo. Not just because you really are my son. And be able to replace the family of origin with the family of choice, or augment it. Right? Because so many times they're wanting to say, what can I do, what do I do, to finally have them appreciate me, finally see me. Nothing. Because they don't see it. They're too messed up. They're too unable. Okay? With their computer, it's messed up, we can't reconfigure it, we can't. It's been fried. Sometimes we can't. Oh. So, the activity, I want you to pair up or three up, and say, all right, I want you guys to talk about what is it that you see? What is it you want to accomplish with your clients this year and going on to when you're licensed? Because you're gonna be licensed one day, right? No way, you're gonna be licensed one day. The test is not a big deal. Stop being afraid of this stupid test. Okay? It's only checking a little bit of all that you know. Okay? A little bit. Okay, so pair up for a few minutes. To the dream. Move around the sofa here.
You can do a little push now. You can just start. That's another thing I'm trying to like talk about school and stuff with my that's too far off for like how many people just like different levels. And then we have to start planning out. Yeah. That's the thing. They need help and how they have to and they're like, oh, that was something
Okay. You guys can continue this later, right? Alright, so I'd like to get maybe 2 or 3 of you to share about what somebody said, but you doesn't have to say it's okay for you to say. Okay? If somebody wanna share what somebody else said?
Okay, let me get to the microphones.
I was gonna get a mic for you. So who's gonna do it? Or you wanna share first? You wanna say what you said? And
Check
it's
one.
okay to do it? Okay. So, okay. Good. Then we move on.
Oh, okay.
We're not gonna force
You
it.
don't have to be so close to the mic, it's really,
Okay.
yeah.
Miguel was talking about he's having a hard time like building rapport and getting his clients to talk about their issues. So that's really what he wants to work on is like increasing the comfortability and trust between them, where they feel comfortable enough to talk about the issues and things that are going on.
That's a lot of what we're gonna focus on. But the question being, what motivates you to want to do it?
Wanting to help people really change their view on themselves. Almost everybody, like you said, they say, "Oh, I'm good," but like at the end of the day, they go back to their struggles and problems. It's like, you know, like, are you really good? Like, if you need to talk, we can talk, and that's something that isn't really being done. Is walking like when you say, "How are you?" rather than say like, "Good to see you." Because how are you? You're not really trying to know what how they are. You're just saying it just because.
Right, thanks for sharing. Now, I'm gonna be behavioral. What do you want from one of these?
What?
Well, I'm gonna give you one of these. Which one do you want? A ball or this? You first.
Can I have the
Somebody else. You guys, I have materials to make one of those diamonds if you want, okay?
Well, what I had shared was what had motivated me to get into this route is a lot of my own family experiences. So for my parents I'm first generation, so my parents first immigrated to this country. So for my dad, he came when he was 14 and having to not only get caught and go back and have to try again, as already hard as it is, and coming at the age that he did, and having to have all those experiences by himself. For my mom, that when she came to this country, all my family on my mom's side is all still in Guatemala. So for her having to be here by herself, and also coming at the age of, I think she was 17, 18, and also she had to leave behind one of my brothers. So there was a lot of things that I had seen growing up that they didn't know how to address or how to, I guess, heal from.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So which one do you want?
I'll take the
The pink one?
Sure.
No, you said which one?
The rainbow one.
Right.
Yeah.
One more. Who wants to share?
So I think for me, what came up, and that was also mutual with all of us, was just a goal to create a space where their voices can be heard and also they can find their voice. Because when you're so young, sometimes the kid, you either can't fully express yourself to your parents, or you don't have a space that's safe to share what's going on. Especially if a parent is overworked and busy, or there is some trauma at home, there's not always a space to find your voice or to have your voice heard. So I think that's a big goal.
Okay, thank you. Next one, you.
The pink one.
All right, let's continue. Right, so as we said, and as you were saying, it's like sometimes parents need that help, right? And a lot of times they don't know that they need it or could use it. So finding ways to approach them, not just have the kids open up to you, right? And so being able to do that, so we can help them, train them, educate them, and how to express their love. Because also we're talking about, there's so many different things out there. There's the love languages, what's your love language, what's your kid's love language, and so, helping the parent to learn how to do that, because the parent's just so busy or whatever, and they don't know that kid's love language is touch. So when they have it, give them corporal punishment, which is not necessarily abuse. It's like it's really intensified for that kid. And they don't realize if you were just to give your kid a hug, right? Or, can I touch you? Sure. Or just to be able to just, you know, I want you to tell your son, look at him and say, I'm glad you're here today. Or I'm proud of you. Or something like that, right? And maybe they're not ready to give a full hug yet. He goes, I wasn't raised like that. Because, you know, we're too busy. Why should I tell them thank you or reward them for doing what they're supposed to do? It doesn't say they're supposed to, right? It's like, because it's just a good idea, you know? Remember, well, he's not around anymore. Remember when that guy tricked you? Now he's telling you he loves you, you know, this, and all. Yeah. See? Because you didn't need it. And you knew it. So having them practice that and say, of course, and it makes sense, they're so busy. But if you do that, you're going to get something from it. You want your kid to listen to you, all right? They're more likely to listen to you if they feel it, you're coming from a place that loves them and believes in them versus, I'm just correcting you because I want you to turn out like him or like them. Right? Next. The state persistent efforts and training to navigate all these different obstacles, right? And of their reality and the current events, and that's why a lot of times, yeah, they do, but no, I just want to talk about what's happening now, my bullying now, my situation now, all these different things now. Yes, we'll acknowledge that that's happening, especially some of these kids do live in pretty rough neighborhoods. Okay? I saw stuff growing up in Tacoma. Okay? But I had a fairly good, solid home, because even though I found out later we were poor, that I had both mom and dad there. And dad wasn't drinking, and dad wasn't running around, and I saw those at work. Okay? Some around these environments may promote anxiety or paranoia in the kid. There is a reason to be continually anxious. It's like, you know, a gang member who's a gang member, and that's necessarily just want to be, they have reason to be like having, like you said, their head on a swivel because they know that they're in danger all the time. And if they're not, they're being pretty dumb. Okay? So they're like paying attention. Our car's slowing down. What are those people wearing? How are they? So they better be careful. Okay? Like those Christians in the military, you gotta be aware of everything and everybody. Okay? So, again, we give them the pearls, right? In this case, the aces, right? And there's these different questions, right? Has anybody ever went to jail? Has I felt unloved or unsupported or unprotected? You know, all these questions, as you're saying, it's like, but how do we get them to talk about it? Well, first of all, you're going to talk about it by saying, well, you know that questionnaire that I gave you, and you answered some of these questions? We're going to talk about it. Maybe not now, but we're going to talk about it. So they're like, okay. Not just about what you want to talk about. Not just about these other things. Not just what your mom thinks is what, you know, these other persons think. We're not saying that that's not important, right? Again, the iceberg. This is the bottom. And it can be really big. And the fact is that, because if we don't talk about these things, what oftentimes happens is they get ignored, they get put away, they get put in a closet, and the visual that I've created for them is they put in the closet, and sometimes, you know how you can put something in the closet, like let's say a spider. Okay? And it gets in the closet, but by ignoring it, it doesn't just die. At some point, you open that closet, and it becomes a warehouse, and it's huge. It's a lot bigger. So let's deal with it now that it's small. And let's deal with it because you're not going to do it alone, I'm going to do it with you. Part of my job is to protect you. And to allow you to feel safe and heard and appreciated. We don't necessarily tell them, we don't say I love you, we say I appreciate you, I like this about you, I see that about you. Some people see that as like maybe annoying. I see that as you're persistent. And there's healthier ways that we can present to get things done. Especially if we learn how to connect this with caring and compassion and love. Right? So the different questions, like, and of course, the obvious one is, has you ever experienced child abuse? Has your child, or we ask them, have you? They say, yeah. This is one that, in my private practice, I saw a lot of adults who came to me, and that was a part of their history, and they had been seen by therapists before. There was some reason why I was like, how long have we seen? 5 years. Okay. And did you deal with that? No. They said, we deal with it when I'm ready. What's my interpretation of that? What did you just hear?
The therapist isn't ready.
The therapist isn't ready. You haven't been, have you? You haven't thought about hurting yourself, right? What is the client hearing? Oh, I'm to agree with them. No, I haven't. Because I don't want to hear it. It's difficult for me. Right? Maybe trigger stuff for me. I remember being in graduate school and there was a very smart young woman. And man, she was suicidal. That's why she didn't want to go. We had the opportunity to see a manager back in his life. And he talked about suicide. See why I'm here? Because she had all these issues. Really smart. Really capable. Really messed up. Probably a very successful psychologist now. I don't know if she's still messed up. So. Okay? So these are difficult things for the client to talk about, and they're just difficult things to talk about overall. The most difficult thing to approach for the clients and for therapists is death and abuse. Sexual abuse particularly. Not that the other things are easy, but those are the most difficult, and that's those are the easiest count. And as you're saying, the parent doesn't know how to approach that. The kid, a lot of times little kids, they get ignored. They're gonna forget it. They're too young. Or they're even told, don't do that, forget it. And the kid's like, something's wrong with me. I can't forget it. They told me to forget it. They must know what they're talking about. They're older, right? And they love me. So they must know if they're talking about there's something must be wrong with me because I can't forget this stuff. I haven't been able to. No, you're just human. Your brain works appropriately. So there's these different questions, right? So there might be, and then there's the cries, right? And what do we have, right? And what does that show us? Intrusive thoughts and triggers, right? And so we have the rating. It's like, so do you try to not think about it when you don't mean to? It just pops in, right? You try to move it from your memory. Yeah, try to forget about it. How often? We're not even talking about what it is yet, but we're just acknowledging it, right? You have strong feelings about it. This kind of comes up. You stay away from reminders of it, places or situations. That's very common, especially like, oh, that's obvious. Like, there's an auto accident on that corner. What they try to do? Stay away from that corner. Or they get triggered by the cars like they look exactly like the car that I was in. One of my clients that had the last one thing. There's an accident. Got turned over, and she was with her sister, and she was kind of stunned, and she kind of woke up and her sister was unconscious. So she was, for those, until her sister opened her eyes again, she thought her sister was dead. PTSD, right? So not only that corner, also being in cars is difficult. Okay? What do we wanna help her do? Be able to be in cars comfortably and be with her sister, and realize her sister's fine. Okay? You try not to talk about it? Yeah. And that's why I don't want to talk to you, because you want to talk, you want to ask me questions about it. You bother me, you annoy me. The picture will pop into your head. Yes. Those things keep making you think about it. Yes. Triggers, right? You try not to think about it. Yes. All sometimes kind of overlapping, but it's like, how many of these do they answer? Oh, right. But so often it's not a part of what we treat. Because they're not ready, or really, who's not ready? Because we don't know how to approach them, or we don't know. And how many of you guys were really pushed to do this in graduate school, in your program? Okay, to an extent. But how can they give you the tools? So they talked about it, but they didn't give you the practical ways of handling it. Which gives you the lesson of, well, you'll do it when you need to, really. Okay, so that's what we're trying to do here. Well, not trying to do, that's what we are putting our efforts toward. I don't like the word try either. Okay, because it sends another message, right? Because if you were to try to stand up, stand up. Try to stand up, and if you stand up, you didn't listen. Try. So when you do homework, it's not about trying. Okay, you commit to doing this, right? I want you to do this, not I want you to try. And it's in there in you guys' notes. Client will try too. You already gave one out. Well, I don't want to be too directive. What? Your dentist is going to say, we're going to try to take your tooth out. What? We're going to take your tooth out. And while we're in there, we might even take another one out. Might? Oh, I'll take it out if we see that that's necessary. Since we're already here. Okay? Try. That'd be nice. You're giving him a note. So what are your triggers from Aces in Christ? Very important. What is in my background? Okay? I am uncomfortable with seeing that person fall apart. Yeah. But again, you're doing it because you want that person to be able to go through that healing process, right? And the part of the healing process is first opening it up, dealing with it. Okay, there's a lot of, again, professionals that know what they're doing and they're very confident. They're like, we're going to do that. And like, hey, I'm okay. It's like, no, notice how you're walking. And this is more orthopedic surgeon, right? So, what? Oh, I got injured, I was a kid or something like that. And what happened? Well, they fixed it. No. They check them out. It's like, no. That wasn't set properly. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and break it again and set it correctly. Is it going to hurt? Yes. Well, you're not going to be awake when we break it, okay? But it's going to, the healing is going to hurt. So you're not walking like that anymore. You're walking now. Because it also affects, this is a very holistic doctor, affects your spine, affects everything else, right? And later on, you won't have these other issues that you're probably going to have. They don't have to do it, right? No, I'm okay. I'm used to it. It's not that bad. But if that person exudes that confidence, really? Yeah. They're not worried about, but if they do have a little limp, they're going to sue me. Okay? We are in America. They can sue you for anything, right? But maybe that's why. If in another country, it's not a problem. They're not worried about that. And that's why people want to go to Mexico. We go over there and they just do it, right? No, sign this and sign that. Don't worry about lawsuit. Okay. All right, how many of you guys have and know how to do progressive muscle relaxation? So we have clients, and they say they come in and we already know that they have anxious symptomatology, also depression, they go together. But some are clearly, it's like the ones that are most obvious, like they kind of think they have anxiety attacks. But this is usually older, not necessarily younger kids. Right? Younger kids are mostly generalized anxiety, anxious symptoms, etc. So with my experience and what I do, if a person comes in with anxiety, panic attacks, and what I've had, again, because I have a different experience than you, I've had a person come in, not they have anxiety attacks, they are taking medication sometimes for months or years. Xanax. Okay? So they're also anxious about not taking their Xanax because they take it anticipatory. And even though the doctors who've been prescribing this, who have license and know that you're not to take that medication for more than 2 weeks. They go to the emergency room, they get checked out, they go examine the chest, you're having an anxiety attack, you're not having a heart attack, you're not going to die, in fact, you're pretty healthy heart, but here's some medication, go see a mental health professional. They don't have to, but they keep on giving that medication, and their doctor keep on giving it to them. So what I do with clients, I'm actually on 2 clients that wrapping it up. I'm just going to supervise it. Okay? And both of them know progressive muscle relaxation because anxiety was a big part of it. They weren't necessarily, none of them were on medication for it. But when they come in, I teach them that first day progressive muscle relaxation. Not waiting to build rapport. Not waiting for more information. I got enough information. And I'm also very confident. So I've been doing it for a long time. Since before I was licensed. Since before 1988. I have a script. Okay? But I alter it. It's not the same one exactly. Okay, so, but this is a script that you can do to just let them know, hey, progressive muscle relaxation has been found to result in long-term benefits in the treatment of anxiety. Progressive muscle relaxation is an exercise that reduces stress and anxiety in your body by having you slowly tense and then relax each muscle or muscle group. Right? This exercise can provide an immediate feeling of relaxation, but it's best to practice frequently. With experience, you will become more aware of when you are experiencing tension, and you will have the skills to help you relax. So we're giving them a pill. We're giving them confidence to say, you can do it. You don't need a pill. You don't even need me. In time, you're not even going to need me. At first, it's like, oh, I didn't do it right. Can I take your voice? And it's like, we're going to practice. So when I do it, I say, okay, I just did it. How was it? And we watch them. And it's like, all right, okay. Do you think you can do it? Here, now, with me? Well, let's do it again. It only takes about 5 minutes or less. Okay? And it's like, okay, now you do it. And I'll be here, you tell me how it is. And then look how long it takes. And then sometimes say, how long did it take? They don't know. Don't have the time. It took less than 5 minutes. Okay? So, they practice it with me, and then I give them the homework. And when I give them the homework, how many times do you think, well, those of you that already know, because I supervise you who've done it, how many times do they do it a day? 5 to 10? Okay. That sounds good, right? Very good, because most of you guys think just once. I'll let them do it once a day. No. I give them 5 times a day, they can do it more often. And you can use it to go to sleep, and that does not count as your practice. issue with sleep, right? Either falling asleep, or they wake up early, or they wake up in the night. So when you wake up in the night, again, I tell them what to do. You're oftentimes told, don't tell people what to do. As we talk about it in terms of, well, yeah, well, sometimes we even lie to people. We do our part to get them hospitalized. We don't tell them we're doing that. Or sometimes it's like, okay, you need to go to the hospital, and they agree, so we're telling them to go. So we do tell people what to do. Right? Because this is what's in their best interest. Okay? Because I want to get them, and yes, all those persons were able to get off of their anti-anxiety meds. They didn't think they could. You think I can? Yes, I know you can. You need to do it, and they do it. And the last 2 clients, as I said, one of them, it's like he takes, it's amazing. He sits down, he knows now, this is how we begin the session. He sits down, says, go ahead. If I ask him anything, go ahead. And lately he's been going to the place in Hawaii where he took his kids. 24 seconds to sessions ago, this last session, yesterday. 20 seconds. Has he been doing it 5 times a day? No. But that was what he was directed. So he did it often enough that he was able to practice. And the other client, he did about, how long did it take? He kept on interrupting himself because he kept on telling me what he was doing. Because I don't see him very often. He actually now lives in Buffalo, New York, and he just comes out periodically because he has massive medical and legal issues going on. But he took less than a minute. So it's progressive mental relaxation plus imagery. Right, so I'm going to practice it. What? I'm not going to be my person. We've never done this before. So I want you to take notes on the script. What I tell my clients is like, well, we can break it up into different sections. You can go, certain people are okay with like toes to knee, to ankles, ankles to knees, knees to waist, waist to all your torso, both arms, neck, and head. That's 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a lot. But some people, like really analytical people, people like really detail oriented and all that stuff, right? Who are like really good engineers and tax people, things like that, right? Or you can just do it bigger type. There, it's always down at the bottom. There, toes to knees. I'll make them down. That's what we're gonna do. Or here's the legs. These are the 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, or sometimes it's the neck by itself, because a lot of people have a lot of tension in it, right? And then their head. Headaches and migraines. Tension. Right? One thing about migraines, who gets more migraines? Women, men or women? Women. Right? I remember being in Boston and walking around, got a date with some study, and someone said, you know what? The data that came out that women that have migraines and then they separate or divorce from their person, X amount of them don't have migraines anymore. Right? They need therapy, they just need therapy to get rid of that person, right? Right? So, So, again, you let them know, it's like, this is what we're gonna do. And for some clients, might, like say, you're gonna stay there, you can do this with your eyes closed, and I'm gonna stay here the whole time. Because some might be like, are you gonna touch me? Right? Again, because that's a part of their history, that they have to respect it, right? That people mess with me, my body. Okay, I'm here, right? And afterward, just see how it goes, right? So this is to help them with their anxiety, but also with some clients that are their primary diagnosis is depression, but they're also anxious, because they're worried about when that's gonna happen again, when they get that depressed again, when that thing that they're depressed about may happen again. So it's like, very rarely are depression and anxiety separated. It's usually which one is kind of more. Right, supervisors? Okay, so this one was like, all right, you're gonna just have your feet planted to about shoulder width apart, okay? And then your hands, the idea is to not cross anything, your ankles and your hands, anything, okay? Some people like they're comfortable like that, right? With their tent, so flat, hands, under that, if you want, just let them drop it, okay? Right. So when you're ready, I want you to just listen to my voice and start by just closing your eyes. Okay. Now we're going to start in the area of your feet all the way to your knees. I want you to focus on the area of pressure that you might feel, and maybe the areas that is touching your skin and what their skin and also your muscles. Okay, I'm going to ask you to, you're going to take a really deep breath and hold it, and as you do so, you're going to tighten that area from a scale from 1 to 10, more like maybe 5 or 6. Okay. Then you take a really deep breath and tighten the area from your ankles to your knees and hold, and hold, and hold, and exhale, and as you exhale, relax that area. And every time we do another part of your body, when you relax that area you've already relaxed even further. Okay, now I want you to focus on the area from your knees all the way to your waist. So this is some pressure lower where you're sitting on the seat and your skin, and the temperature, that whole area. You want to take a real deep breath. And then just that area from your knees to your waist. Hold, hold, hold. And exhale. Another area of your chest, almost like if you were wearing a vest. So your stomach, your chest, your lower back, your upper back, to behind your neck, your shoulders. Oh, just that area without your arms. All right. Now take a little deep breath and hold. And hold. And exhale. Right. All the area already relax even further. Now the area from your shoulders all the way down your arms, your forearms, your wrists, your hands. And this time when you I want you to imagine you're squeezing a tennis ball. So all of your feet. Right, take a deep breath and hold it tight. And exhale. Okay. Now there in your neck, watch your skin. And your muscles, we're holding our head up all day. Sometimes we don't even realize it's tight. Right? And around your eyes, you have a lot of muscles in your face. And on your head. So this time when you're hold and tighten the muscles. And like scrunch up your face and just feel the different muscles in your face and your head. Right? Take a deep breath and tighten it up. And exhale. Okay. Now just take a couple of breaths and allow your mind to be blank. And I want you now to picture a place. It could be a place you've been before. It could be a place that you create in your mind. It's a beautiful, peaceful, tranquil place. Notice the sight, the sound, the color, the smell, the temperature, whatever's in there. You're there with nature, no other persons around. Just you. Now I want you to take a real deep breath, and as you do so, focus on something to your right and look at in detail that thing to your right, whatever it is. And focus on that, your eyes closed. And exhale. Let yourself now just look around again. And I want you to take a deep breath again and look at something to your left and notice the detail of whatever it is. Detail. Now I want you to just take a breath and relax and notice the place that you're at. In this beautiful, peaceful, tranquil place. And you can do this exercise anytime you want. And you can go to this place or another place. It's your choice. And take a couple breaths and then open your eyes, and I want you to describe the place and let me know what it looks like. Where'd you go?
I was in a beach with a sunrise, and it was hot. With there was flowers and trees. To my right was a lot of trees, and to my left was flowers. There was no people, like you said, and it was very calm. Yeah.
The beach, what color was the water?
Like blue.
Were you standing or sitting? Or were you
Standing.
barefoot?
Yeah.
Did you feel the same?
Yeah.
How did it feel?
Great.
Did you go into the water or just
Just
this is the place you didn't do before? Or? Would you like to go there again?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you guys got it? Okay. That's it. And this is a family affair, right? This is my wife's nephew's son. From Guadalajara via Sacramento. So, you got that? You can find on the internet that some mistakes, they tell you where to take the person. But we don't know if the snow is a place to go. A green pasture is the way to go, a beach is the way to go. Because it might be for them connected to something triggering or difficult. You know, went to snow and you know, it was a really tragic accident. Yeah, my cousin died skiing in a tree. You didn't know that. They might not have remembered it. Okay, so they get to, again, anxiety also is about not being in control. Whatever I just taught him, you're in control. Right, so there's so many different levels of what's happening. So we're gonna practice. You break up into twos, and you can go out there, or stay here, and you're gonna use it. You're gonna basically do PMR to the other person. Any questions before we go? Were you taking? No, the person that you're doing whatever you want. What is the place like? You're going to a place that I've been there before? Maybe. What's the first thing you say? With a little kid, those of you that have little kids, sometimes think, okay, you can go somewhere and watch a movie. It could be a movie you saw before, or a movie that you know. And so you're the only one there. They might go to the movie theater, or they might go to this place, oh man, there's a place I saw a really big screen. It's like, yeah, and I'm there by myself. Yeah. You're at that Best Buy, and it's a big screen. And nobody else is there but you, and you're watching. I have kids, we go, what's my favorite? Favorite episode. So much for why you watching SpongeBob? It's bad. Don't show this stuff. Yeah, no one whatever. Right? But there's no criticism. Okay? So beautiful, peaceful, tranquil place. Again, your clients, the more we know about them, it's like you might be going to say safe. Because they've been around so much danger. Right? Okay, so hair up, and you can go out there. So you're not necessarily hearing many people. Because it takes about 5 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, because it's less than 5 minutes. And you might have enough time. Yes. Or you can do it here. Hair up. Well, hypnotizing, no, I'm not hypnotizing you, this is very similar to an induction technique, okay? So think about that, who are the persons that I want to use this with, right? And then, if you'll notice that when you do it, there's, people that do this often, they get into a certain cadence and a certain tone, which also allows the person to be like, oh, okay, you know? It's like those apps, right? They're sort of like, oh, what is their tone? You know, and cadence, right? So being able to do that, it's like, okay, and also, even though I didn't say it, the client is feet flat on the floor, right? Usually I'm sitting comfortably, back, maybe resting on something. And for you that are doing it, it's important, because I noticed you also don't have anything crossed. So you, again, pay attention to them and pay attention to you, okay? So otherwise it's like, what am I doing here? I'm not modeling it, right? And maybe I am nervous too, or not confident, right? So being able to kind of notice all those things, and I mentioned that, you know, at the end, because I didn't think he needed it, but you know, for some persons, like, well, is this gonna put me to sleep? I'm just sleepy and groggy. It's like, no. So it's like, all right, now they've gone to the place, they've seen, and the idea is like looking one way and looking another, again, to have them focus. They're focusing. All this time, we're basically having the mind shift from what if. And that thing that they keep on giving into, right, this worry or that intrusive thought or this things or that feeling. So they're also getting out of they're getting into their body in a way that is weird because they're not used to it. And they're also being able to focus outside, and it's relaxing and calm. Again, that's why noting with your clients, like, what are some key words I might want to use like to counter, right? Like, I feel powerless. So you're going to connect to the power of nature. And who knows how that is? Is it the waves? Is it the wind? Is it just like nature is powerful? Are they, you know, at some fall, you know, and it's like, that's powerful, right? So they're being able to connect to that, and they're safe. Because a lot of times the power has been used as violence. Right? Okay. So that's the idea of that. So again, what I didn't say when he came out, right? When I said, okay, and then take a few breaths and so take a few breaths and open your eyes, or when you're ready. Sometimes I'll say, take one, take 3 breaths, so it's like, then you know. Because sometimes I'm like, I want to be here, man. I'm just going to stay here. Right? It's like, I don't want to open my eyes yet. It's like, okay, so it's like, oh, I'm inviting you back, right? And when you open your eyes, you'll be physically relaxed and mentally alert. Okay? Physically relaxed and mentally alert. On a scale from 1 to 10, mentally alert is that middle space. Agitated, anxious. They're mentally very active, but they're not alert to everything. They're so, you know, focused on this narrow thing. And they're also physically, right? Because they're in a fight-flight state, which is what they're used to. Right? So this is different. And now they're available, we'll get into it more, to learn and remember. Right? Because sometimes I don't remember. But there's ways to get there. You may need to feel safe. Right. So that would be in terms of helping them to experience this, guiding them, directing them, right? Giving them permission, and then giving them homework. Because this is what we use. You might not use it in the first session, but you might, when you're prepping them. But in the first session, what can you use? Oh, they're there. It's like, you know what? I noticed that you're cross. You seem like a little tight. How about if you like take a deep breath? You might even sit, not sit, just like that. And you see how they're already following you, say, but they're not. I want you to take a deep breath, ready? Maybe through your nose, and exhale through your mouth. Like that. Let's do that a couple times. So again, you're shifting them, not even asking them those questions. Right? Well, you can ask me those questions. Okay. Now, I'm going to first just kind of get you, ground you. They're not used to that yet. Ground you and have you be present with me. Okay? And you're already indicating that because it's very important, anxious kids, okay? And even those kids that are actually anxious, but they don't appear to be because they're like bossing and doing all this stuff, they're anxious because they know they're not meant to be in charge. They actually know that. And these idiots are meant to be in charge. That's why that same kid somewhere else is like, that's a great kid. That kid cooperates with me. That's like, and who are they with? Because they've been in school so long, and et cetera, and my wife for all these years. It's like, we have these older teachers, not physically real, moving a lot, all that stuff, and they have this class that's calm. Those same kids in the other class are not calm. Because this teacher, this educator that's confident and caring and compassionate and all that, they're like, by just the look, they're like, come on, sit down. Come on. I got this. Right? So the kid knows, oh, they're not letting me be in charge, they're being in charge. I need that. I need somebody else to be in charge. I need somebody else to know that I'm not ready yet, even though I say I am. Right? So again, you see it, right? It's like, that teacher doesn't have a problem but that energetic, loud, there's a stereotype, coach, guy, jerk, masculine, right? He has these kids because he's battling them. He's not saying, hey, I got it. Relax. Again, there's that meta communication at these different levels, right? So that's where you come across as like, and that's why it's okay for you guys to be anxious with us. It's like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not sure what to do here. Not sure we even do that with each other, right? It's like, when we consult with each other. Even after your license, you still consult other person. I'm not sure how to do this. And what do you think that, right? So much less you guys, it's okay to say, I'm not sure what to do. I'm thinking this, I'm thinking that. Okay. And it's important, right? How do you feel about it? Are you uncomfortable? Okay, let's practice. So that's one of your homeworks, right? Is to practice PMR, and then look up. We have some apps out there and stuff that it's like very simple thing. Just like take a breath. Go. Use your hand. Or this one. I'll do that back. It's like, well, oh, that cracked. Yeah, it cracks. Like, what's that tension? Let it go. Doing different things, right? Getting in touch with, moving around, right? And then getting them away from whatever thinking they have that might be negative, anxious. Okay? So, all right. So we're going to take, even though you're out there, like, what do you think, 5 minutes, 10-minute break? And then Ed's going to come up. Okay. I don't know, 5 or 10? 10. Right, 10. All right, so you have till 10:45. Okay?
So good morning, everyone. My name is Eddie Nordell. I'm a licensed and marriage family therapist. What can I say about myself? I like to talk about myself a lot. Jessica Jerome knows about that. So, kind of tell you a little bit about myself. I grew up in the San Fernando Valley, North Hills, on the other side of the 405 freeway, if anybody knows where that is, because there's two sides of North Hills. Hate to say that, but that's just how it is. I went to school in the Hill at Pepperdine University, and we both graduated in 2008, and now we're colleagues. But before that, I went to Cal State Northridge. Where's my Matadors? Raise your hand if you're a Matador. Oh, there we are, okay. Went to school there I got my bachelor's in psychology, went to Pepperdine in 2005 to 2008 with a master's in clinical psychology, emphasis in marriage and family therapy. I've been practicing, I became a licensed therapist in 2015. So in between the time was we were interns at that time. You guys were trainees, right? So, got my license in 2015, became a clinical supervisor in 2018, and have done a majority of my 20 plus years of work in community mental health. So if you know of the agencies around this area called the Village Family Services, I worked with them for 8 years. I worked at Foothill Family in San Gabriel Valley for 10 years. And now I'm doing mental health work and supervising in healthcare, which I won't say where, but you guys can ask me privately where that is. So that's what I've been doing. I've been working with high-risk youth, intensive programs for 20 plus years. So getting my bachelor's, I did a lot of behavioral work, working with youth who were suicidal, homicidal, arguing with the parents, fighting, gang members, gang affiliated, shot, all that stuff. I mean, I did that on call 24/7 for, I say 17 and a half years. I was always on call. And so I had to learn a lot of muscle relaxation in the course of the work that I did because it was pretty intense. And I will tell you stories later. But today, what I'm going to be talking about is getting comfortable with the uncomfortable. So you guys already did an exercise this morning by actually getting to know each other. That was uncomfortable. Oh my God, I'm new. What are these other students? So that was uncomfortable, and now you guys are all friends with each other. You guys are all homies, and you guys can have a little bit. But today, what I'm talking about is, when we're talking about getting comfortable with the uncomfortable, is approaching our therapeutic mandates. So when you are with students, when you are with the clients, you have to remember that you are wearing your professional hat. You are a trainee, you're wearing your professional hat. So anything you do in that session, anything that's said in that session, obviously you're maintaining confidentiality and all that stuff. But what they're saying to you is important, right? As you're processing, as you're doing your muscle relaxations to kind of get them in the mood for therapy, you have to be mindful about the things that they're saying to you, which might put you in a position that leads to, which I think your schools have already talked about this, abuse reporting, right? So to kind of explain, if they haven't already talked about it, or if you don't know, you are a mandated reporter in the work that you're doing when you're in your professional capacity. I won't go over the legal and ethical stuff because there's a lot of penal codes that we can talk about. But to kind of explain what you might be exposed to is information that might be related to dependent adult abuse. A dependent adult is from the ages of 18 to 59, and that's an individual that cannot take care of themselves, such as an individual that might be on the spectrum, individual that is handicapped in a wheelchair. We have to be mindful of that. A grandparent, a grandma, right? Or not grandparent, grandma, an adult a dad that might be in a wheelchair that is being abused or being financially abused. Elder abuse. The law changed more recently. Elder abuse is 60 years of age, right? So that's when it used to be 65, if I'm not mistaken. Now it's 60. And so we have to be mindful that, and especially in this community, I worked with a lot with grandparents, las abuelitas, right? Los abuelitos. And sometimes the kids that were so aggressive, so upset, they would push their grandparents out of the way, and the grandparents would fall. And obviously they'd make up, like, oh my God, I'm sorry, I was just so upset. You gotta remember that you have to keep an ear out for that, because have you been put in a position where you may have to report that level of abuse? Now, accidents happen, but you have to understand that you're going to be receiving this information. Your role in all this is to report suspicion of abuse. You don't need to investigate it, right? Child abuse, to kind of give you an example of child abuse, because we're going to go into more of the feelings part of it. Child abuse is anything related to emotional abuse, like individual that is really beaten down emotionally on their child, really come down. They're saying curse words, or you're essentially they're made to feel less than, but to the extreme, right? And that might be a suspicious report. Physical abuse, it's pretty common. Where you see it in a young woman, a young man, a child being hit with bruises, leaving marks. I'm sure we talked about that at school. Hopefully, if they haven't, then you'll be hearing it very soon. Individuals being hit with a belt and leaving a mark. Regardless, you have to consult with your supervisor to make sure that you are following your mandate as in reporting potential physical abuse. And then there's sexual abuse, right? Individuals that are essentially touched inappropriately, have been penetrated, many different items you can think of being sexually abused from an individual being forced to participate in sexual acts. Those are things that might come up in your guys' course of work or your course of training, okay? And neglect. So there's one thing I want to talk about with regards to neglect. Neglect is you might see a kid that is not cleaned up, maybe like a 6-year-old that's wearing the same clothes, same weird stuff. They don't have enough food on their table. You don't know whether or not the mom is in and out of the house. I've had those experiences where it's like, wait, who's taking care of the 6-year-old? And why is the kid still wearing the same clothes from like 2 days ago? That's stuff that you kind of have to consult and consider whether or not there's some level of neglect. And we're working with a school, so you have to consult with your liaisons to see if they're seeing the same thing. Because that's a good work there. But the other thing that comes up, and I've heard it a lot through a lot of the trainings that I work with Illuminatius, is intimate partner violence. My stepdad and my mom are fighting. They're always fighting. What does that look like? Well, he pushes her and she falls on the ground crying. That might put you in a position where you may have to report that, right? Or they're just always arguing, and it's because there's never enough, food on the table. It's just, always struggling to find food. Okay, well, the question is, do they have food or do they not have food? So now you're looking into 2 different tiers. But it's stuff to be able to listen to. So that's what I just wanted to highlight, that this is important stuff that you need to know. You're going to continue to hear about it in your practicum and in your school. But the one thing I wanted to do today is to actually give you all scenarios. So this is where the part that becomes uncomfortable. I'm going to go into some scenarios that I've experienced working in the Illuminatius, but working out in the community. And you all are going to pair up, or 3 up, however it works, and get comfortable. And when I give you this scenario, I want you to tell me, not tell me, but tell your group. Think about what I'm telling you. I want you to think about the feelings that are coming up for you when I'm giving you the scenario. They're not going to be easy scenarios that I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you some real life scenarios that are difficult to listen to, because that's what might come up in your office, in your session. And then the second thing that I'm going to have you do is, what are your initial thoughts on how you would approach this situation in the moment? Right, so it'll be a little bit of role play, all right, so within each other. And then I'll come back and I'll ask you, what are some initial thoughts, okay? And then we'll talk about what are some of the things that you guys might do in that scenario. Cool? Okay, all right, so why don't you guys just pair up or 3 up, get close to each other, turn each other, however you guys want to do it. Remember, personal space, bubbles. Okay. So here's the first scenario that I'm going to give you. Okay. So I want you first to take a deep breath. Okay. Close your eyes for a second. I want you to visualize this scenario. You're a therapist in a room. You're with your client. The mom walks out because she has just told you at an intake, you're at an intake, that the mom showed up to the school. And The mom walks out after just telling you everything that the client's doing wrong. Oh my gosh, she's not doing her schoolwork. She's not listening at home. Mom walks out, you're with the patient or the client, and the client tells you, and you can observably see the client shaking and starts to cry and tells you, please don't let me go home today. Please don't let me go home. Let me tell you what's happening. My mom is hitting me. My mom has hit me with her fist. We got into a fight last week, and she bit me on the shoulder and I have a piece of skin that's missing on my shoulder. And is crying, please don't let me go home. First scenario, go ahead and talk amongst yourselves. Tell me what are the feelings that you're feeling. Tell each other what are the feelings that you're feeling and what are the initial thoughts on how you would perceive this thing. And I'll tell you what happened. Talk amongst yourselves. Another 30 seconds. All right. Raise your hand if it bothers you what I just told you. Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you've been, not that you've experienced it, but that you've heard of these type of situations out in the field. Yeah. Okay, so I'm more of an interactive person, so what are some of the thoughts and feelings that came up for you as I had shared that story? Blurt it out. What came about?
I got angry.
Angry. Anybody else? Who shared with anger?
I think I was about sad, like wanting to.
Sad, right? What else did you feel? You're in that moment, yes.
Nervous, like Alan said.
Nervous, absolutely, right? You're in that room when the patient's telling you this, yes.
I don't know, I guess just trying to address it in a way where it doesn't, where the kid doesn't feel at fault, because like you're at fault already.
Yeah. How did you feel?
I did feel like a little counter-transference coming up just because of previous situations where I've had,
Yeah.
you know, had to deal with this, like you said, failed.
So countertransference is feelings that are coming up, but the initial feeling, anger, sad. What did you? Which one of those, or not? When I showed this scenario,
We're just like frustrated.
frustrated. Thank you. Yes.
Urgency.
Urgency, right? Urgency. Okay. Before I tell you how it resulted, what are the initial thoughts on how you would approach the situation? Remember, you're out of school. So what did you guys come up with how would you approach this situation in the moment? No wrong answers. We're all learning.
I would ask for more information before contacting my supervisor,
Uh-huh.
and then contacting DCFS.
So
DCFS.
get more information, contact your supervisor, and then knowing that you have to call DCFS.
That would be the information that they're gonna ask, so that's what we prepare.
Absolutely. Who else? That's yes.
I think for me, the initial thought was to ask my how they feel and very much assess like their support system outside of that before following with them.
Yeah. So after this, checking in. Are you okay? Knowing that mom's outside, but are you okay right now? Do you feel safe right now? Okay. Good. Who else? Other thoughts on how they would approach it? Jessica, you had your hand raised? Oh.
I mean, I could tell you, but.
What are some other thoughts? How else would they approach this? Yes. Don't be shy.
You know, obviously, first of all, it's contact supervisor, but given the urgency, probably get in touch with my school aide, who's the person that's right there, and be like, help me out here as well.
Very good. School liaison, so her response was, yes, I know I need to call my supervisor, but I gotta call the school liaison in this situation, right? All great points. So let me tell you a little bit about the scenario, about the situation. True story, happened probably for me about a year ago. I was supervising someone that was in that moment. The feelings that you shared right now, fear, nervousness, sense of urgency, all summed up into one moment in time. With a patient that is shaking, you can visibly see the bite mark that she can pull over her shirt and show the bite mark, that piece of it that was missing. And I'm telling you, an extreme situation. It doesn't always happen, but it happens. So the one thing that came to her mind is, do I let her go back to home with her mom? Because her mom is waiting for her in the waiting room. Or in this situation, it's like the end of the last school period. In this scenario, in our school, it could be the last period, right? And so, I'm not sure, I don't remember your name, but you're get a hold of the liaison at the school and getting a hold of your supervisor, excellent. Okay, you need to get urgency in that situation. What happened in this situation, because I wasn't aware of it until afterwards, guess what? Kid went home. Kid went home, and then within 5 minutes, I get an alert on my phone saying, hey, I just had a situation, I know I have to do a DCFS report, anything else I need to do? And they had contacted another supervisor that was part of the clinic that said, yeah, we can't keep him here. Most in this school scenario, she was fine, she ended up being fine, but these things happen so quickly that you're gonna have to make sometimes split decisions on child safety, getting a hold of somebody that knows more than you do in this moment. A supervisor, you can't get a hold of Eddie, you're gonna get a hold of the Hill. If you can't get a hold of the Hill, you're gonna call Dr. C. Can't get a hold of them, you go to the liaison and say, I have a situation here. What was I gonna say? But yes, DCFS would have probably been the next important call to make in this situation, because they're the ones that are going to tell you, you need to call 911, or you know what, send her back home, because you have no right to be able to hold the kid down, like, hold the kid. So that's one scenario. Are you okay? Okay, good. Dr. C said to take it easy on y'all. Okay. All right, next scenario.
Question, Eddie?
Yes.
I just have a quick question. So, for me, in my regular job, I'm a foster care social worker.
Yep.
And a lot of times we have kids where we pull them out from school because of situations where they're dangerous. And a lot of the kids that I have, after we get them into placement, they're able to still go to their original school if that's what they want. What would we do in let's say in a situation where the parent is deemed to be dangerous, they can't go back to the parent's home, but you know that they're looking for them, they're trying to, I guess, get a hold of it basically.
Yeah.
We would just let admin know on campus, right?
Well, at that situation, then probably the campus knows, or if they don't know, we want to let them know that there was a situation.
See the parents all the time, they're like, oh yes, blah blah blah's mom, okay, bye, go home.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm just wondering, I guess, like you said, to keep them safe.
Typically, it's important to know that in the capacity of, let's say, in our work here, is there has to be a lot of communication and consultation with your school liaison, your school folks, to make sure we know and maintain child safety. As a clinician, as a trainee at the school, your role is to provide therapy, right? And keep that child safe within the home and report any other stuff that's happening. And if the school has to do their part for safety and security, you know what I mean? So that portion is what's my role here, what's my hat. You have a different work hat, a very important work hat. You're a foster care social worker. So what's my role as a foster care social worker, knowing this stuff? Do I need to let the social worker know? Do I need to give them a heads up? That kind of stuff. So depends on your role, it depends on your hat. Okay? Good question, thank you for asking that. All right, are we ready for the next scenario? Okay, okay, so 16-year-old, so visually, you're having a therapy session with a 16-year-old adolescent male. And it's been tough to really build rapport with this young man. You've had struggled, really finally starting to open up. They're talking about, their frustration at home. They're talking about you just not doing well in school. They're talking about, how their dad, left them, in a divorce, and he now has his own family, so he barely gets to see his dad. So he's 16 years old, and he lives with his mom. He lives with his grandfather. He lives with his grandmother, and they were, he was just so angry. He was just so angry that they took away his PlayStation 5 because he wasn't listening. They took away his PlayStation 5, and as that happened, his grandfather, who was 67 years old, he pushed him out of the way, and his grandfather hit the wall and hurt his head, and but he helped him back up and apologized for that. Tell me what are your initial, think about with your partner, what are the initial feelings that come up as you're thinking about that scenario, and what are some approaches that you would do? Go for it.
if something is hurting him, it can be hard to
Give you guys a moment. Okay, another 30 seconds. Bring it back together. So in this scenario, what are some initial feelings that came about? I'll try to give you guys more time on the next one, I promise. You'll have to raise your hand one more time. How about that? Like eye contact. Quiet coyote or something. What are some initial feelings that came about with this scenario?
Conflicted.
Conflicted, okay? Conflicted about why?
Because you said you were just developing rapport with the client, and so if I was gonna have to report to APM, that was gonna fracture our relationship, and so I
Possibly.
barely gotten in with him, so I was really conflicted about how that will affect our relationship.
Right, so conflicted because you know you have to do a report, and you just build rapport, and is that gonna fracture the relationship? Very good question, very good thought, yes.
concern mainly because if the client is finally opening up, and then does this one thing that may cause him to feel guilty? Just like concerned about navigating that.
Right, so feelings around the guilt of the of the client, am I hearing that correctly?
Mm-hmm.
About, and similar confliction of where do we go from here in treatment, knowing that you have something to do here. Who else? Yes?
I feel hurt. I really like old people. My grandma was always like my best friend growing up, so it's like one of those things that's pretty personal to me.
Yeah.
So
you feel hurt because you've been close to your grandmother, and it's like,
yeah.
soft spot, right? In the back, yes.
Yeah, a little bit similar of like frustration of like, we're getting somewhere and now this is happening, but I guess also you have to account for those things.
Yeah, frustration.
But frustration towards the client and being like, okay.
Right, so why do we have to do this thing, right? So frustration. All real feelings, guys. Everybody goes through this, so no wrong answers. Who's next? Yes.
I was also conflicted with more so because I would feel a little hurt and angry for the client for using the grandparent in that way, but also feel very concerned for the grandparent because when you're that old, it doesn't take as much for something to turn very serious, slips, falls, things like that. They're very fragile. So even though this is my client, I feel very concerned for the grandparent.
So concern over the grandparent if you didn't hear it, as well as frustration, angry over the fact that the client could do this, could react this way towards the grandparent, towards their grandparent. Absolutely real feelings. You had a hand up? Nobody else? Anybody else? Okay. So absolutely, what you guys are all talking about is those feelings that are coming up, and how do you contain yourself, knowing that you're a professional, and what's your first gut reaction? Be like, dude, what are you thinking? Like, is your PS5 really that important to you? Dude, no, right? So those are the initial feelings that are coming up. So in this scenario, what ended up happening was the therapist was able to process what came up, getting them to take a step back and visualize, could this have been handled differently? At the same time, understanding that safety is number one. And so the therapist was able to help the patient understand, like, man, this is really dangerous. This is, was your grandfather okay? And at that point, it's what the words were, you know what, I need to make sure that your grandfather's okay, so I need to make sure that I make a call for his safety. So I want to make sure you understand that, right? At that point, the kid was upset. What do you mean? Asking a lot more questions. Who's coming to my house? Who's going to come, right? So, containing that, I said, you know what, I don't know, I'm going to consult with my supervisor, which is me. And I said, hey, you handle that the best way you can. You contained the child, you got them to go on, but you didn't necessarily avoid telling them that, hey, you're going to need some help for this grandfather. Right? Was he okay? Did he go to the hospital? No, he just fell back and he said, did you take him to the hospital? Asked him a couple other questions. Essentially, we did an APS report, right? And for the reason, because the individual was 67 years old, pushed down, hurt himself in the midst of his anger rage. And the other thing that the associate did was, how can I help you as in therapy? How can we help to control some of the rage in therapy? Let's do some relaxation. Remember what we've talked about? Can we do some of those 5-minute breathing? It was like a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 method that the associate was practicing on. But these things come up, and I've heard it a couple times, at least in my practice, where a grandfather gets hurt, and you have to make that call, and it might affect rapport. They might want a different therapist, but you try to rebuild that relationship because of safety. And so I've had to do a lot of rebuilding, when I've had to do reports. So, let's see what time. We got 2 more scenarios. Okay, take a deep breath. Okay, visualize. You're in a room at school, and you're seeing an 8-year-old girl. Girl's telling you, yeah, she's very nervous. You see her leg is shaking. This is her second therapy session with you. You already did the intake. And so you're starting to feel nervous. She's feeling nervous. You're calm. But you notice that something doesn't seem right. What's going on, young lady? You ask the young lady, what's going on? She says, I don't know if I can tell you. Okay. And so she feels confident enough and trusting enough to tell you that she's being touched inappropriately by her father. Okay. Think of that for a second. She's being inappropriately touched by her father. You ask a follow-up question by saying, how is he touching you? He touches me down there. And sometimes he kisses me on my neck. Think about that for a second. So in your group, what are the feelings that are coming up? And what are some thoughts on how you would handle that situation? Talk amongst yourselves.
We have a paper that you use. Oh, draw. Yeah, perfect. That's good. Yeah. Tell me what you're touching. Exactly. No, I'm trying to see. Listen here.
Wait a minute and a half.
There is exactly.
Wrap it up. All right. Feelings that came up in this scenario.
I struggled with feelings.
You struggle with feelings?
Yeah,
Oh.
because I guess I was conflicted on the feelings.
Yeah.
But after a lot of stopping me, I came to the idea that I was most likely disgusted. And I wanted to be protective, like I got like very parental with the kid. I was like, no, I wouldn't let no person do that to my daughter, so I don't want that.
Right, so disgusted, protective, started thinking about how could this happen to this little girl and want to protect your own daughter. So I'm gonna throw in there, it can be a boy. Doesn't have to be a girl, but in this scenario it was a girl.
Regardless, it's still a kid. I
Yeah.
don't want that on anybody.
Exactly. Other feelings? Other thoughts? What about feelings? Yes, Julissa.
Uncomfortable and angry if this happened to someone who can't really defend themselves. Are there any people like that?
Uncomfortable and the client can't defend themselves. So how, again? Wow. Right? Yes.
Enraged and powerless, because even though you can make a call, it already happened to this person, and you can help them through it, but it already happened to them. So it's that feeling of not having power over the situation to protect your client.
Right. Powerless. Important word. Powerless to what you're able to do, what you can't do. You can't go back in time. It's happened. Right? Think about that feeling right there. Absolutely. Anybody else? Okay. How would you handle this situation? Yes.
Maybe just to start off, because now her trust may be compromised or any right now, because we don't know if she tried to tell mom and mom didn't believe her, especially because of the age. She might be like, oh, you're just making stuff. Oh, you're imagining stuff. But I think first and foremost, it's pray for her speaking up. Like, that it's that, even though that trust was compromised and she may not feel, obviously doesn't feel the same anymore about her dad, but there's still safe adults around her
Absolutely.
that want her to be safe.
Right.
And doing similar how you said with the other situation, explain to her in an age-appropriate manner that, because we also don't know if she has siblings. And if something's happening to siblings as well, to say, like I know you told me about your sisters or your brothers, I wanna make sure you and all your family safe.
Excellent. Excellent. So you praise for even bringing this up to help the space, to remind her we're in a safe space here. Thank you for sharing that. Oh my gosh, you're so brave for being able to share this. Is this happening? And you ask follow-up questions. Is this happening anywhere else, right? Excellent. All right. And then obviously the DCS report. Yes.
I think the initial thought of hearing that as well is give the client the control that they will seek from them.
Yeah. Give them a little bit more control in that session to really get it out there. Because they didn't have control. Or haven't had control if it's going on still. Other thoughts on how they would approach it? Yes?
I think what is doing more assessment of what does touching really mean in like more specifically. So I would either draw like a person or use a doll and be like, can you show me?
Yeah.
Can you like kind of help me feel what that was like for you?
So you utilize art and coloring in that moment to try to gather more information because it might be uncomfortable for her to talk about. So if she's uncomfortable and starts to climb up, help me understand it. Can you draw a picture of where exactly what you're talking
And
about?
then she doesn't have to look at me when she's doing it. She has something in her hands as well.
Yeah?
That's I'm looking at you and I need you to tell me this. You know, she can
Yeah?
kind of not focus on me so much.
So you'd be more mindful of the fact that you don't want it to become an interrogation of the 8-year-old, and more so just helping you, listening to what she's saying to you, the words you're saying to you. If she doesn't tell you all the details, or the client doesn't tell you all the details, you still have to make a call, right, with the information you receive. So just know that you do your best to support them, but you're still gonna make that call. In this scenario, very similar, great ideas. Praised for being courageous enough to speak up. Ask the question, do you feel safe going home? Is your dad still, does your dad still there? Yes. And then explaining in the best way possible that you're going to be making a call for her safety, right? And what does that mean? And then handling that fear. That's what the therapist did in that scenario, and we were able to get through it. But yes, DCFS was called, and obviously DCFS did their thing. Client came back to the school setting and continued with therapy to help process, and then came the anger, then came the frustration. He was supposed to protect me, and he didn't, right? So now the kid got a little bit support. Okay, let's see, we had 11:31, last scenario, and then I'll go through the other slides. Deep breath. You're gonna encounter this scenario. So you are at home, you're at a school session. This is now, you're getting middle treatment, so you've been seeing this patient now, the client now for probably 2 months. 2 months. And you've had collaterals with the parents, and the parents have been so involved. They've been so involved. And the client tells you, yeah, this week wasn't a good week. Oh, what happened? Man, my mom and dad were fighting again. Okay. And what happened? My dad started hitting my mom because they were arguing about, money, and I jumped in between them to try to stop my dad, and I had to stand up between my mom and my dad to get him to back off, and he backed off. Talking about a 12-year-old boy jumping in front between his parents. Think about the feelings around that. Go for it.
But also, I think proud of them. They stood up. Because we really just want to think of the first one. So I was just like, it is not like solved and polished. And it seems like you hear that kids because what if you don't get to good job for it. Just know it's not your job. Yeah.
half?
Like, faces, like how life changed, like,
Yes.
you're still like.
A lot of
Exactly.
Yeah.
Put them in that situation, that's what it is.
I think my worry is that I feel like I have a chance to become home. And I realized that like, we could just this next session differently to get back to the client instead of the question. And sometimes like in the last classes were like, let's like break out and don't take pictures.
Or wrapping it up.
And that you can inform decisions next time. It's like the last week we were in breakout sessions and like this skills and
Alright. Let's quickly move to this one. What are some initial feelings now that you know the name of the game? Initial feelings that came on this scenario. Yes.
Fear, just because I know like when things are not out of control, because if you don't know where things are going and it's escalating, that can be very fearful. So lots of like fear and also sadness and concern that they could have to physically put themselves in harm's way.
Fear, sadness, concern over the fact that the child, what's happening, and the child has to put themselves in the middle between mom and dad. Absolutely, yes.
That's how she shared worried about, the safety of everyone in the home, because who knows how long it's been happening, and if this is not where things are at peace, seeing things escalating, that's why he felt the need to jump in. But also concern over him because he's 12.
Yeah, 12.
So he's at this age where he's not thinking clearly and maybe make very rash decisions and might think that he needs to take things into his own hands and might do something very drastic.
Yeah.
Especially if there's things in the home, like whether it's weapons or just knives, things like that, we don't know if he's gonna say, I need to protect my mom at all costs.
Absolutely. So concern, a lot of worry. Right? Who else? Feelings.
Kind of jumping off of that, I went the different approach. I feel sad, but I was also proud of the kid for having a good heart and feeling the need to step up and defend somebody that's in danger. But obviously, I feel sad because that's not your job, you know?
Yeah.
You're a kid, you're putting yourself in danger, you could get hurt as well. But trying to get in between. But I would also be like, hey, good job doing that. You know, I see that you really care about people and have a good heart.
Yeah. So some sadness and some being proud that the child stepped in the middle, even though it's not their job. But you're proud that they did something to protect you, right? So be mindful of that. Think about that for a second, right? Because I'll go back to it. Don't worry. Anybody else? Other feelings? Okay. How would you handle it? How would you handle it? Is it reportable? Yes, I see some hand nods. Yes, okay, reportable. Yeah, neglect. But how would you handle? How would you have that conversation? Yes.
I think initially, the first thing that came to mind was kind of praising the child, but also letting them know like other ways that they could have intervened that could have been dangerous.
Yeah.
It could have been them getting hit, or like just bringing up the risky behavior, like addressing like what are other things we could do.
Yeah.
Taking them at risk as well.
So addressing the risky behavior, but acknowledging for bringing this up, and they said, I think taking action. Okay. Remember, there's no right or wrong answer in here. Anybody else? How would they approach it?
You kind of talked about how often this has happened and how often they keep studying they get involved as well.
So you'd ask a couple more follow-up questions to find out how long this has been happening, often those figures. Okay, so in this scenario, numerous times you guys might see this in the community, right? And you're acknowledging and praising the child for bringing this up. And in this situation, what I did is ask some follow-up questions about what it felt like in that moment, knowing that they stepped in, and now we're having to debrief on the situation. Man, that must have been scary for you. How long has it been happening? Oh my God, are you afraid to go home today? You know, did anybody else see this, right? And how long ago? Was it 6 years ago? Was it yesterday? Was it 2 days ago? All information you're gonna need obviously to report, but the feelings that you brought up, and I know that I'm bringing up some Debbie Downer situations, and the most important, wow, I depressed everybody here. The most important thing is we're gonna dive into a couple other things. The most important thing here is consultation. I brought these scenarios up because these are things that you're gonna be dealing with on your everyday basis if you aren't already are. And the feelings that you're coming up with are real, raw feelings. Real, raw feelings that you need to be processing with your clinical supervisor or your own private therapist. Because in that moment, you need to be able to contain yourself. You can feel, but if you, for example, in the scenario where you'd high five him, I'm not saying you would high five him, you high five the kid for stepping in between his mom and his dad, that's giving a raw message. Yeah. So I'm using an example. But you have to be mindful about what you do and how you contain yourself. Listening to a kid that wants to, that's being touched, you're that stable individual in that situation. All that rage and all that anger, all that disgust, that's what I'm here for. That's what the Hill's for. That's what Dr. C's for. Because it is. That's how I felt when I had to deal with this. Like, God dang. But in the moment, it's like, let's deal with safety. Okay, are we good? Okay, all right, let's move on to the next topic. Don't worry, these will go a little bit faster. I wanted you guys to feel today. Okay, wrong way. Here we go. Confidentiality. Okay, so you guys have talked about this at school. When you have to break confidentiality. You break confidentiality when there's danger to self. They tell you, I want to kill myself. I don't feel like living anymore. You need to consult, you need to get help. You know what? Danger to others. Scenario. Man, I just want to beat that bee up because she was talking to my man, and I didn't like that, and I got a knife in my backpack, and I'm going to stab her. That bee's done. Obviously, you know what bee means, right? Is that a real threat? She's got a knife. She wants to, stab the other kid because she's talking to her boyfriend, to her man. Gotta assess, get involved with liaisons, yes. Gravely ill is another one that's confidential. You might not see it, but a kid or an adult, essentially, depending on who you're serving, and your capacity that isn't making any sense. They're disorganized. They're completely just not in reality. And you have to make that call to get an assessment, right? So why am I bringing this up? Because you have a sheet in front of you called the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale, okay? And in partners, if you guys can, I want you to read every question to the person, to your partner, 1 through 6. If you haven't practiced this before, now's the time to practice. Asking the question as it's written. This is from Tibra, right? That's what I want you to practice. Go for it. And then switch. And then let me know when you're ready.
Oh, on the
having that training started with I literally just asked that. Yeah, I started to work out.
Do another minute and a half. If you have to switch, switch.
Have you all done anything? Are you doing anything prepared? Was this one in the past 3 months? What are some things you done? Thank you for that. Thank you for second. I need to
Okay, so wrapping it up.
Here, let's come together. I'll probably be outside the door.
All right, has everybody gone through the questions? No, I'm sorry. None of them. Okay, so there's a reason why I brought out the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale. When I was a trainee and an associate from the very beginning, I was always afraid of asking the question about death. And you have to get comfortable whenever there's a situation, and you have to continue to practice getting more comfortable with the uncomfortable. Asking a person, have you wished you were dead or wish you could go to sleep and not wake up? How do you ask that to a 6-year-old? How do you ask that to a 7-year-old that might have some symptoms and not want to be around? Do you ask it the way that it's written, or do you ask it in a way that's more appropriate for them to explore? You're shaking your head yes, and that you ask it for the person, the age of the child. 12-year-olds, I'd be asking it straight out the way it is. 17-year-olds, 35-year-olds, 48-year-olds, the way it is. Because it's speaking to something deeper. You're trying to assess whether or not these are passive thoughts of suicide, or these are actually intrusive where they're going to do something, right? And so, yes, your supervisor will need to know this information, and at times I will ask my trainees, I will ask, could you give the Columbia, and what was the score? So the score is they get 1 point for every yes that they get. So if they said 6 yeses, then that kid may need further assessment for hospitalization, and that's where you get the liaison going. Right? You need to let the school help resolve some of those, help us resolve some of those issues. But the reason why I brought it up today is just to get comfortable with the language that's in the Columbia. Because you have to say it the way it is. There's no sugarcoating between life and death. Oh, the kid, like a 12-year-old might say, oh man, I should just kill myself. What do you mean? Let's talk about it. Oh, I just feel really angry. That's where you're trying to decide, okay, what's going on here? Right? Okay. So, anybody have any feelings that they want to share before I move on to the next one? Have you guys done this before? Really? Oh, good. This is a very standard form. You'll see it differently at different work sites. Managing safety planning. So here we go. So what I gave you guys is a handout on the safety plan that is in TBRO. Safety plan that you're going to want to do whenever a child tells you that they are a danger to herself or others, or they're having those feelings of just not wanting to be around. If they give you like, no, but yeah, I thought about it. Self-harm. Are they cutting? Kids that are cutters. Cutters in their thighs, different situation. Cutters that are in their arms. We want to do a safety plan to see who they are. So if you look at the safety plan, it's a little bit lengthy, but it gives you, and this is in TBRO, because you're going to ask, in your work to make sure you're covering yourself, if you had to do a risk assessment at the traineeship, at school, and you did a Columbia, you need to have a safety plan. It's standard in even in my work, my regular work and stuff like that, you always have to have a safety plan. Whenever you have thoughts, somebody's having thoughts and want to hurt themselves, or others, or even intimate partner violence, but that's a different age group. So you want to score, obviously, the suicidal urges, the self-harm, the suicidal attempts, the substances. On the back, I put Kool-Aid, because I had to fit it in, but you know, which substances are they using, if they're using any, on page 2, right? Have they run away? How many times have they run away? 3 times with others? How about verbal aggression, physical aggression, family aggression, peers, aggression towards peers? So you're asking just questions around that as you're building the safety plan. The most important piece on the back here is, let's get this information. What is the best number to contact you with? What are some of the family supports, the family friends, the religious, spiritual individuals that can be there to support you? What's the crisis? What are the triggers? Right? So you're filling this out with the patient or the client. Other potential triggers. Who else is triggering you in this situation? Outside of the main trigger that your dad continues to take your PS5. Well, I also don't like it that mom comes and says, listen to your father, listen to your father. Mira, te está diciendo. What are you doing proactively to help you stay calm? Well, I'm talking to you, aren't I? Well, that, besides therapy, what else? I go outside and I just, take a deep breath. Good. Behavioral interventions that have been previously, that have been helpful, previously been triggered. What are some of the things they've learned? Do the deep breathing, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 method. The finger technique, the finger tracing technique that Dr. Sue was doing earlier. Very common in our practice. What are things that make it worse? Telling me to calm down. That makes it worse, right? Just calm down. And then some other factors. And then obviously the resource numbers that are underneath there for their support. Patients, clients get a copy of this. I make sure that the parents have a copy of it so that they know what to do in case of emergency. Because you only see them once a week, right? And so there's a lot of days and hours that go in between that time to see them. Hopefully the school liaison is aware so they can also monitor. And then the last one here is poison control, right? So other than 911, poison control is on the back of the number. Like I said, it's in fever, but a lot of drugs out there. Aspirins. Kids, I've seen kids try to take 15 Tylenols. If they're using substances, where the substance abuse question comes in, fentanyl is one of the scariest things that's happening right now. They could be using if they're on psychotropic medication in your luminarious notes where it says, are they on medication? And they say they're on Zoloft. I've seen kids try to take Zoloft to try to end their life. You just have to ask, are they putting stuff away? Are the parents being proactive? Or are they leaving knives out? Stuff to ask, obviously, when it comes to safety. Consult with your supervisor. All right, we good? One more slide, and then I think it's lunchtime. Excellent. All right, harassment. Okay, very important topic that I want to make sure that you guys are all aware about. And this is important to know in a sense of your work setting, outside of your work setting. Harassment of any kind is never to be tolerated, right? And scenarios that I can give you could be at the school, a janitorial staff, a teacher, a parent, a stepdad, something that might be somebody that's making you feel uncomfortable at your site. So be aware of your verbal and nonverbal communication within yourself. What are you giving? Is there is there any flirting going on? That let's say one of the school coach, the football coach, is talking to you and is kind of a little bit too close into your personal space. Be mindful of that. Be mindful of your own personal space. Joking, like I was always very friendly with the school staff, but I knew what I was there to do. As even now, I know what I'm supposed to do. I'm working with kids. Represent yourself and Illuminati's in a professional manner at all times. That includes your dress code. I've talked about it in the last training if you were here. How do you show up at work? How do you show up at your practicum site? How do you want people to see you as a therapist, right? And you want to be seen as a professional therapist. You want to be seen as serious, right? That's stuff that you always want to make sure you're monitoring yourself and protecting yourself, right? And I didn't put it in there, but be mindful about your surroundings. If you have to park across the street from your site, you still got to walk across the street, so be cautious. And then communicate with your clinical supervisor if there's any encounter, any issues with staff or students, and then we'll escalate it over to Dr. C and Rose, because they're the ones that are in communication with the school liaisons and school personnel and superintendents. So, any questions on that? Safety is number one. Make sure you're protecting yourself. If you feel uncomfortable with something, bring it up to your clinical soup and try to work it out. But again, I haven't experienced this just yet, at least in my time working at LII, but it's an important topic because it has happened. Yes?
So would we not include our liaison at all? We'll just go straight to our supervisor and Dr. C and Rosie?
I would say you bring it up to your supervisor and to Rosie, and then let the LII staff administration deal with it. And if there's more information needed, then they'll get more information. But again, be mindful that some people may have weird boundaries. We work in community mental health. So it could be a stepdad, it could be a Theo, or the coach or something, or a lady, or a woman, or a professor. Just be mindful. Okay? Any questions? Good? All right, well, thank you guys all very much for your time. Any questions or feedback that you need? I got 2 minutes. Any questions that you have? Anything that I may not have answered? Yes?
Administrative question, you said that when they're filling out, let's say the safety plan, they'll have you make sure that they have a copy. Is this, we have it printed out, but if it's the case that you're like in a session and you're pulling this up to go through this, is that something you guys are doing like electronically or phone, or how is that working?
It's typically done electronically, and I believe they should either have access to it or they can be, the safety plan can be emailed to them.
So it'll be emailed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't have a printer at your site.
Right.
All right. Any other questions? Great question. If you have any questions, we can always ask Dr. Lucinito, who's in the back. She's always very helpful. On how to get that safety plan to that family. Sorry, not at the moment. She's taking a break. Goodbye. Anything else? Any magic question you want to know? I'm sorry to be a Debbie Downer, so now I'm sorry to be a Debbie Downer. I think the most important thing is when these situations happen, these crisis situations happen, it's an opportunity to rebuild the trust with the patient and get them moving. I've seen magic work being done when the kid is the most vulnerable, and all of a sudden they're like, you're here with me. Let's get through this together. So, all right, guys, have a good afternoon. I should say everything.
This would be more experiential, right? We need to ask some of these questions and stuff. So I'm just going to go over a few more things, and then I'm going to tell you about some more resources. So, FYI, those of you that haven't started yet, you don't know the difference, but those who have been with us, the weekly log, the monthly log, we're changing the name of it to just activity log, because I think that gives the person's impression that, I can just do it by the end of the week, right? But what happens with this log, okay, what you put in there, any contact that you might have, right? In terms of family, teachers, school staff, like the liaison, observations you might have in the class where you went and observed the kids, and in the classroom or the yard. It's like, because you want to note that because, just to remember, this is something that I saw. A kid doesn't talk to anybody supposedly. Then you go and see, you research a lunch, go over there, and this kid is actually leading the conversation, right? So much for what you only see in them in front of you, okay? Or you're able to see, they're engaged with certain adults. I need to go talk to that adult, okay? So being able to, engage more persons and get more information about them, right? Just as too, when you first engage them and get the case, you hold a parent attention to, and sometimes it's very difficult, but you get a hold of somebody, right? Because you want them to fill out the hurdles, or to get more, it's like, well, you put this, referral for us back in a few months ago, and now we're finally able to see the kid. What's happened since then? Is there still kind of relevant, there's still what we need to know about this child. Again, like I said earlier, not necessarily what we're gonna focus on, but what they're sending the kid in for, right? Or what's happening. Because you never know, sometimes since then, somebody important died, somebody moved away, another lost, right? So being able to put that. So, very important that you're gonna be putting that in, as well as because there's behind the scenes stuff that happens with admin, which you're seeing some of the admin back there, right? That engage with liaisons, and sometimes say, oh, we got a call from a parent that they're saying that the kid's not being seen or nobody's contacted, and say, well, wait, we go into your log, not into your notes, right? But it's a log that says attempted contact or did contact with these other persons, and like, no, we have, or we have not, you're correct. We haven't been able to contact the parent, but we've made all these different attempts, right? We've made calls, we've got voicemails, we've done, especially what I recommend that you do is, even if you make a call, a voicemail, put a text and an email. That is much harder to say than you have. Okay? So and again, what you put into Kebra can be a lot longer than just the snapshot of what you put in your activity log, okay? So, because also, you never know when that call might be made, it's like, okay, we need to know as kind of as actively or immediately as possible what's been the latest, what's been happening with that person, okay? So it is an activity log, more, and so it's really important to just get into these habits, right? As soon as I see the kid, as soon as I want to do whatever, I'm putting it in there so that I also don't forget, right? And so that you have it immediately there and say, and that maybe a reminder, okay, I need to make sure to make that note, which takes a lot longer, right? That session note, even though SALT allows you to have it be quicker, briefer, right? So that, and then CTP, client treatment plan. As I've been focusing on the it, right? The it, to have that goals in the treatment plan, right? Incorporate exploring issues and cases or cracks, okay? They mentioned that, we haven't gotten to that, but that's one of the goals, for a client to become, confident or able to address that, explore it, etc. at some point, so we're gonna get into it, right? Because there are, all these different treatment techniques and modalities. That one is for them to write out, right? What happened? Well, that works with older kids, maybe older teenagers, but with some it's like, well, no, it's gonna be written out because you're gonna narrate it to me and I'll write it out. So we can go back, to that narrative, the trauma narrative, right? With some persons are not gonna be able to really do that, but some you give them, that's your homework, right? But then again, as Ed was saying, according to their age, what is the appropriate way to them to express it? Perhaps the trauma narratives, they draw it out, and then as you write up what they're describing. Well, this is what happened, right? Just as, that's why I didn't print out a, you should call it a gingerbread person. Well, when I was growing up, they're all gingerbread men, but now they're gingerbread people, right? Right? So, because then they can see you draw it out and you're not perfect. Okay? Sometimes I'll on purpose not draw it, I think, say, you draw better than me. So being able to, have this thing, it's not about doing things right. Because I was saying that there's no wrong feeling, right? It's like, or etc. But there are ways that are more productive, healthier methods and things. So being able to, again, incorporate that, even though you don't know how you're going to do that yet, and that's where you talk to your supervisor, etc. But it's really important that we're going to get to this that they don't wanna talk about, right? This thing that they, you know, well, one of the scenarios is mentioned, like, well, you know, the situation with me and my dad, hasn't told you about interviewing there and all that happened and how that was a really big deal, but they don't talk about it. But since then, my dad has kind of stayed away from mom because he's like, damn, this kid is standing up to me, right? And he's bigger. He's not that scared of the boy anymore, right? So, but again, then after that he goes back to, I'm good. I'm still that scared of the kid. I still see me as who I am, right? So, how do we do that? The different methodologies, right? I'm getting that too. And one of them that I use is like for sexual abuse, it's like, well, I don't want to talk about it. Well, what do you remember up to prior? It's clear. What do you remember clearly after? It's clear. We'll do that. For now, let's talk about that and let's talk about that. And I don't want to tell me, but maybe close your eyes and kind of go through as whatever you can in between so far that you can handle right now. But you're not going to talk about it. So they're able to do that. See, I did that and I didn't react like I usually do. Okay? So there's, you know, right versus, oh, well, tell me what happened. That brings a lot of stuff, especially we don't know how many times did this happen. Oftentimes with persons who have been molested, it's happened various times, maybe over a long time. Which ones of those stand out? Or can you tell me about how it began? Which was them grooming and it wasn't obvious to me, right? So all that stuff, being able to do that and then experience that and see, oh, whatever I thought would happen didn't happen. When one of it, like you said, it's like you didn't show in your face that you're disgusted, or you say, or you do, so you say, that's disgusting. That is, however, you're not. Because of, oh, see, so you see me as a disgusting, dirty, that thing, right? Not the diamond. It's like, no, I'm disgusted by that, and that people do that. But the people that it happens to, that's you. And this is what I see. Okay, so, you know, those diamonds can be clean, right? Just like, again, some Dog Millionaire, what happens in the scene after that, a few hours later that, he comes back, and who sees him? His mom. She's not disgusted by him, she's like, come in, and then she makes sure he gets paid. Right? A lot of different levels here, right? So being able to, and that's also, I want you to watch a movie and notice this. Or did you watch it? And a lot of times that part goes right over their head. Well, this part happened here too. Like, life is like a box of chocolates. What's that one? Forrest Gump. He responded and did something for, what's her name? Jenny. Where's Jenny? Right. What did he do? He expressed his rage over her being molested by her father, her biological father. How did he do it? He burnt down the house it happened. Right over people's heads. Forrest Gump doesn't get mad about anything. Yes, he does. You didn't notice that, huh? Yes, he does. But he always saw Jamie, right? No matter what happened to her, no matter how other people treated her, right? And she was able to see him. So, very important, okay? All right, so we're gonna shift now. Not yet. No, man, I'm going forward too far. All right, so give you a little time. So right now, there's how many we have? Like I think 10 of these. These are for those persons that might utilize these. These are ways of icebreakers with kids, right? Talk about different emotions, you know, and what emotions might be, and they put it together. And then these cards that work with that. So this might, certain age group might be, these 10 are for loan. So we have stuff out there to loan to you, and packets in different boxes. And Jessica is gonna come up and explain them to you. And, cause you're gonna be able to check them out. And these are things that you can check out, and then you can use them and let their owners belong to them, I guess, and bring them back. And but there's some others perhaps that you want, let us know, we can order those as well. Okay, so, then when she's done with that, we'll have a little break for lunch. And then we get a half hour for lunch.
Hello, I know you guys are hungry, so I will make this quick but effective. Oftentimes we get asked, do we have resources available to use with our clients? And the big answer is yes, we do. We've partnered with an educational publisher, and they have a great social emotional learning resource line. And so with that being said, we have cultivated about 21 titles that would be great between elementary, middle school, and even high school. And so what we have today we have 22 of these lending libraries out available. The idea is you use these with your clients. There are definitely 2 items that are consumable, meaning that you can go ahead and use that in session with the client. There'd be there's 2 of them that are these magic paintings. It's a great way to get them to soothe, to calm, to kind of, take their mind off of something. And all it out, you have the paintbrush, and then you get water, and you just start letting the client paint over it. So these are items that you can get them to be tangible with. These you can definitely give out to the clients. The rest of the books in here are great to see what it is in particular that you may be dealing with some clients. Some clients were gonna come up automatic and be like, oh, I need something on, grief or anger or what have you. You have several books here to go ahead, and they're activity books. And what those do are they give you different exercises, they give you different prompts, they help you maybe get the child to express more than what they would in just talk. A lot of the other thing is your supervisors have these whole sets. So they're also able to help guide you with what you might want to use with a particular client. All that to say is we want you to use these with clients. We want you to, have something else available in your arsenal to be able to work within the sessions. So you're able to, afterwards, we have 22 of the lending libraries to loan out. Means they come back to us. There's the magic painting ones. You're fine to give those out to the clients, use them in the session. The rest make copies of. You have this here, and then Dr. C had talked about more resources. Again, there's additional resources. There's a whole wealth from different special or social emotional awareness to tougher topics. A lot of these books that your supervisors have in their own collection. They have their own personal collection that we provided them, as well as Rosie. So if there's something that it comes up during your supervision, you discuss it, and you're looking for an additional book. If the supervisor doesn't have it, reach out. Always reach out to myself, and I will coordinate. And that's to be said with when we pick these up too. We'll coordinate to pick them up when the time is done. The other thing that we have in addition to the lending library is this other one, which is the What If Monster Set. Great for anxiety. Again, you're going to have, with this one, there's 2 titles that come in both English and Spanish. In this one here, you have an English and you have a Spanish version. And what this helps is, this is more ideal for elementary, but then they get to create their own what ifs. These, if you have a client that is having a hard time struggling, these are great little kits. Everything's provided in there in the instructions. But again, if you end up running out of it, let me know. We can always get more and deliver them. If you find that you thought, okay, I'm dealing more with elementary, I might have a couple more clients, and then once you're done, return them back so that somebody else, we only have 10 of these available. Lending libraries, we have 22 available. And as Dr. C said, for these art cards, these are great icebreakers, especially for middle school, high schoolers, because you're having them draw their own cartoon character. Perhaps that will help them process something. How are they feeling? How are they looking? What do they see, and have them put it out on paper. And it gives you a little how-to scenario of how you can use these within your sessions with your clients. Again, for the what if and the art deck cards, we only have 10 of those. So use them, and if you find that you're not using them, return them and reach out to me so that we can coordinate a time on site to go ahead and pick those up, and then that way they're available for another therapist to use. If you have any questions, you'll find me back yonder, these are resources that we have available for you all to make use with your clients, okay?
All right, so 12:15, so 12:45. Okay. You feel it here, you feel it outside, whatever. And I think they'll bring us other chips.
Maybe outside.
Okay, so getting back. So, as I mentioned, that we have a little didactic training videos on our resources in Dropbox, right? So in the Dropbox area, and video number 4 has Dr. Acuna, who did a presentation like this, and we taped her, and she mentioned about how family engagement, that was what she was mostly focused on, and it's called Wooing Our Clients, and especially their families. Bringing them in, finding a way, going after them, right? What does wooing mean? Well, I'm trying to get you to engage me. I'm trying to get you to have, usually wooing is to be my friend, to see me as not a threat, to see me as somebody that you are willing to and like talking to. I want to get to know you, and so being able to do that and see what are their misconceptions, what are some of the thoughts that they might have, and one of the very good book is very old now. How to influence and influence people. How do you do that? By listening to them and agreeing with them. Repeating back to them what they said and saying, oh, that sounds interesting. Oh, yeah, it's like, oh, yeah, I see what you mean. You know, it's like, you're not even psychoeducated, you're just, you're like, oh, because we want to talk to people that are smart. Who's smart? People that agree with us. We don't want to talk to people that are stupid. Ignorant. Who's ignorant and stupid? People that disagree with us. Right? So that's what they talk about. Don't talk about certain things because you might get an argument. Well, you can talk about those things if you're not telling them you're wrong and blah, blah, blah. But you might just say, oh, that's interesting. I want to learn more about how you think that is correct, or that makes sense. When, again, the thought bubble is, that's crazy. That's unhealthy. That's, right? But you don't say that, or else they're not going to talk to you anymore. You just shut the door, right? So anyway, we want to engage the families, and not just the very beginning because, oh, I need to get them to finish the pearls or ask them these things. No, on an ongoing basis, we want to do that. So it says, creates great dividends in working with family and engaging respectfully. Respectful disagreement is not even having to see that you disagree. It's like, oh, I didn't know that. So can you tell me more about that? Oh, right. So being able to do that, and then they're more likely to hear, oh, this is how you look at it. Oh, this is what you all do, right? But especially, they want to know, do we agree that their child's behavior is of concern? Right? That it's not right. I just want my kid to do this, and oh, yeah, we want your kid to do that, but we need to find out maybe what's behind that, maybe not to find out maybe what they're reacting to. It might be something different. Maybe not. Right? So we say, they think maybe not. So maybe not, but we don't say, no, it is probably more. The stuff that's underneath the water, right? Or the stuff that they're not allowed to talk about in the family, because that's one of the one of the rules of thumb in dysfunctional families, the more dysfunctional it is, the more they're not allowed to talk. The more it's, the rule is you better not talk. That's almost the average. Okay, so, right? So it takes time to psychoeducate them, and you can do it clearly, say, oh, we're reviewing this information, or kind of slowly doing it, right? So being able to do that, being able to engage them, being able to remember them, and so just as, you know, and some people are just naturally better than this, but you can learn it. It's like seeing them, oh, how are you doing? Right, giving them a compliment, asking, and how is so-and-so? And how is so-and-so? And how's that going now? Oh, they remember me? Right? They remember this, they remember that, they asked about that. Just as with Latino families, you go to Latino family thing, a function, etc. How long does it take to leave? We're leaving. Right? And it's a joke. When you go to an Anglo place, it's like, what happened? They left. They had to leave. And they're gone. But in Latino one, it's like, right? It takes 20 minutes, half hour, maybe an hour. It's like, no casino? What's the name? Oh, yeah, but anyway. Say bye to everybody and talk to people, or else it's rude. Right? And usually the guy is waiting for her. Right? Usually. But that's how it is. So, how to engage, right? Because you're there. Therapy is a relationship. You don't just have a relationship with a kid, but they have a different, yes, you're a professional relationship with them, so that they can give us inside information that they now trust. It's like, you're not going to use this against me. You're not going to use this against my family. Right? Okay, so that takes time. And so again, we don't leave it up to the client. I want you to tell your mom this or your mom that. What for? Is it okay if I talk to your mom? I want to talk to your mom. I want to get more information from her. And while I'm there, I want to tell her, is it okay if I tell her this? Or maybe it's like, I'm going to tell her these things. Maybe not about what you told me, about this area, because we can talk in general terms. It's very common, and I found that a lot of children, your child and some others are reacting to this. It's happening up there, right? I'm sorry, your kid told me that. Your kid told me that they're dealing with this, right? So being able to do that, and for them to see that you've done it in a respectful way, right? And in a sensitive way. So standard operational procedure, right? Right? So you've already done, that's what I would do, and have you guys practice the PMR, right? That takes a while. And practice too. So, but we can do 30 seconds of something, right? A lot of persons I've noticed that they're programmed teaching 4-box breathing. They come in and they already know that, right? There's 4-box breathing, there's all these other different techniques that you can use at the very beginning. And just the simple one of, oh, hey, can you do me a favor? Listen to me and just like everything. Take 3 breaths. Okay? Or not just, but I noticed that you keep on having your head down. Just say, so how about this? You know what a mandala is? Well, you know, a round thing is like a design. Imagine it on my forehead and just look at that. And then when you meet with people, talk to people, do that, look at that, and you can even have it be moving. And then, so you're looking at that, and you think you're looking at them, and then you're more confident or more respectful kid. Right? When you practice that, you're going to be one of your homeworks. Right? Because they think, well, I have to look at their eyes. Who told me that? It's very difficult to look right at people's eyes. It's very easy to look at people's eyes when they're doing other sort of things. Something's going on, like they're in love. You know, they look at each other's eyes. Right? Saying that thing. We're in love and that's all that matters. No. That's a whole other talk. Okay. So, okay, so you're going to ground them. You're going to, again, get them here because they tend to be over there. So they tend to be continuing in these other spaces, right? In these emotional states, okay? So we're going to go through a few slides pretty quickly. And again, they're gonna be available to you, so you can review it and have it there, right? The threat detection system in the brain of an untraumatized individual is swift, efficient, and accurate. So there's a person that hasn't had these things happen to them, right? Pretty lucky, pretty fortunate, but we know the persons that we're dealing with have been very difficult situations, right? A lot of stuff happening, sometimes on a really daily basis. What is it like to live in the projects, right? What is it like to live in certain buildings in certain places, right? So, danger signals or any kind of sensory input that could be perceived as harmful are quickly relayed to two parts of the brain, the amygdala or smoke alarm of the brain and the prefrontal cortex, which you can think of as the CEO of the brain when things are operating healthy. The amygdala does not consider context, it only responds to suggestions of danger and sounds the alarm. The prefrontal cortex, on the other hand, specializes in problem solving. It can detect false alarms. False alarm. Not really, okay. On the other hand, it can false alarm and it can consider possible reactions and predict outcomes of your reactions to the stressor, right? It's kind of like if you grew up in Southern California, you don't usually react or overreact to, right? But if you move here from somewhere else and they're running out, or right, there's other people like, it's not a big one. That was only like a 4, right? 4. I'm gonna die. That's what you believe, right? So, right? Because they know to evaluate. It can be dangerous, but it's not that dangerous. Okay. Research has linked mindfulness meditation with reduced anxiety, more positive emotions, and with enough practice, permanent structural change to the brain that sustain these benefits. Permanent structural change. Now, what's the opposite of that? Continual stress, etc., has change in the structure, right? So we want to counter that. That's what they've already had. We want to counter that. A person who suffers from a trauma-related illness will have difficulty assessing the prefrontal cortex when experiencing danger signals. It's not that they can't, it's just like not efficient, right? This means that the person continues to only hear the alarm being raised by the amygdala without prefrontal cortex and other areas of the brain online to put the stimulus into context. The threat is perceived as real, immediate, and ongoing. A stress response starts, and the same neurotransmitters and hormones activated during the initial trauma are released again, leading to fight or flight response. Doesn't that sound like PTSD? I'm right there again. I'm feeling that again. I may or may not be imagining it again, but physiologically I'm hearing it. Right? There's fight, flight, and there's also fight, flight, freeze. Right? But I'm not going there. I'm not moving. Just as this happens on a regular basis, like you had a nightmare, not just a dream, you had a nightmare, you remember, and it's like, and it couldn't move. Yeah, because you were kind of like, you can't talk, move, walk, etc. When you're kind of in touch with both, and you're like, you couldn't scream. Yeah. You were in freeze mode. Experiencing a trigger can result in flashbacks where a person completely loses track of the present and is transferred back to the time and place the traumatic experience where it is relived. They may experience smell, sound, sensations, and other sensory input that they experienced during their trauma. Reliving their trauma in this way, coupled with perceived loss and control of their mind and body, further heightens their stress response. So they keep on going up to the state of that state. Okay? The heart rate quickens, muscles tense, pupils dilate, blood is diverted away from the skin, take off the G, and GI system to the muscles, and respiratory rate increases because they're ready to fight or flight. Right? When this point is reached, concentrating or learning is out of the question. So it's just about survival. Right? It's not about learning, but they are learning to do this. They're getting. What's this point of view? The body is only interested in preserving safety and survival. Feeling out of control of one's body and emotion can lead to feelings of shame or despair, which can feed depression and increase anxiety. So they are depressed, they are anxious, and that both of those will be in elevation, right? This is a human way of responding, right? And they're used to this doing over and over. So they say, well, they're okay, and nobody can say, I'm okay, you're not okay, but you're used to that, so that's your norm. Like people aren't like, oh, I didn't realize I was tense. I didn't realize this, I didn't realize that. And a person living in stress, visibly the skin might become pale or sweaty, and the person may begin breathing shallowly and quickly, and their face or jaw may clench and as muscles tense. You're watching them right in front of you, and they shift. These are all external signs of someone reacting to the stress hormones that are released when the body is in life-threatening scenarios. The affected person is reacting to their perception of a hostile or unsafe environment, and that can be just like you think nothing's going on, but that's what they're reliving. That's what they got triggered to think about again, and that's what they talk about in the cries, right? What they want to talk about. While some survivors might react with anger and agitated behavior, other survivors re-experiencing trauma may shut down and dissociate when triggered. This association is a coping mechanism in which one detaches themselves from their feelings and present experience to survive an extremely distressing situation. Upon returning to the present, affected people will be unable to recall where they were or what they were doing during their dissociation. While a dissociated person may outwardly appear calm, and they are still reliving their trauma story and experiencing loss of control of their mind and their body, negatively impacts their ability to heal. And what it was, we want to help them heal, right? So we need to know all this, okay? And that's why we need to ground them, right? And again, they don't remember, okay? I had a client that was introduced to me by another therapist to say, hey, Dr. Steve, this person, but I can't see her anymore, can you see her? And she brought her to see me, and she trusted her, and she came in, and the person told me about her history. She was from Honduras, had experienced abuse since she was really little, a lot of different things. People killed in front of her, their relatives that did things to her and all that. So, and so kind of, we said, so, well, I'm here because she wants to help me with this, and then she told a lot of that to me in front of her and me. I said, okay, good. She can talk about this, right? So when I start seeing her, it's like, well, vamos a hablar de eso, to deal with this stuff that you already mentioned. It's like, ¿cuándo te dije eso? When did I tell you that? She did it. She spoke of it in that blackout state. Because it's kind of strange, but wait a minute, she's saved, she's with this other therapist that knows and all that, right? And now she's telling me, it's like, she must know. She did it, even though she does that. The people dissociate, they don't even know they dissociate. Okay? But it would appear that, oh, she's already done all this work. No, she still has more work to do because she needs to be centered, calm in this other space. Right? Because she goes up to what I call 1 to 10, 7, 8, 9, or 10, especially 8, 9, 10, you're out 9, that's blackout. You don't remember very well. You don't remember having talked about it. Also, you don't remember whatever you were told time. Okay? So you want to psychoeducate people, help them, they know that they're going to, oh, I remember what I said to you. Okay? Remember what we talked about. Barriers in the learning process. When we look at the brain of someone who is re-experiencing trauma in a functional MRI scan, a type of brain scan, we can see that the areas of the brain critical for gathering and processing information are inactive, and parts of the brain that are involved in the survival response are very active. So they're saying physiologically they're able to see what I just talked about, right? That that's what's happening in the brain. In order to make more complex decisions or learn, they need to first feel safe and grounded in the present. Repeating. Right? So after we learn and remember information, one must be attentive when receiving it. People who are distracted by their heightened emotions are not in the calm and balanced state that is needed to learn effectively. So this means practice so they can actually be present. So as I said, those clients that I've been seeing for a while, right? It's like we do that in the very beginning, and they're able to move forward in being healthier because they remember what we did and they remember what their homework is, what they're to do. And it feels good, as opposed to, I don't know, these therapists, they're weird. They tell us to do strange things. You know? No, I get how that is. Core beliefs in the positive impact of safe environment. The world becomes dangerous when it is. People may no longer be trusted in others' own self-confidence, and one's self-confidence in the way they approach the world is undermined. These internalized beliefs are the most long-lived repercussions of trauma and the most difficult to change. So in other people that had that, this is pretty much how they think. Doesn't that sound pessimistic? Doesn't that sound depressed? Right? That's why I don't like Eeyore. I don't hate him. I don't like the depression that he represents. All I can wear, what for? Not me. Right? Oh, there's my tail. I'm gonna lose it again anyway. Right? What are you doing? Oh, I'm in the mud. You're not a pig. Well, I'm in the mud. Right. So when I see somebody that has an Eeyore sweatshirt from Disney, I'm like, what? In my head. Right? What's his brother? Has energy, his tail doesn't fall off, the guy doesn't do in the mud. He's not depressed.
Like a play on pinning him on a donkey?
Yes, yes. But the person who put this together was a preacher. He knew about the different personalities and things. He was very good. He described depression, he described manic. Who's manic?
Rabbit.
The rabbit, yeah.
No, he's anxious. He's anxious.
Tigger.
Tigger is manic. Okay? Because if somebody who's in mania, right? Bipolar one, he's mad. It's like, you tell Tigger, hey Tigger, we're gonna play a game. Right? And you just made it up. Hey Ed, we're gonna play a game. And Tigger's right next to him. What does Tigger say? Oh yeah, I know it. Tigger do that best. You don't even know what the game is. He's the best at it. You know, because that's a manic person. Okay? So they're, right? Really confident and energetic, and he doesn't walk on the floor, he bounces on his tail. So some people are really good psychologists. That person is a really good psychologist. Charles Schultz is a really good psychologist. You know, different personalities, right? Okay? So you don't want to be Tigger. You don't want to be, right? You don't want to be the rabbit either. Maybe you want to be the pig, you know, the thing that's in the couch. Learn. Roo, is that Roo?
Kangaroo.
Yeah, little kangaroo. Doesn't hang around the carrot guy, it's that much, okay? Okay. Difficult to change, but not impossible. Key points for creating safe environments. A fearful, anxious mind cannot learn effectively regarding them. Trauma-informed environments are safe, empowering, and transparent. Very important, right? Trauma-informed care, that's why you're trained in ACEs, right? To provide trauma-informed. So you provide a safe, empowering, and transparent environment. So, yeah, I'm not going to touch you. This is what we're going to do. Okay? I want your feedback. How was it? Okay? You can do that. All right, you practice it now. You're going to be able to do that without me. You're going to be able to end therapy, not have to have therapy anymore. But I think, I'm crazy, nobody can help me, it's a waste of time. Right? No. Wherever you got that from, whoever told you that they're wrong. You're not a waste of time. And that's where some of them are, they're like testing, just saying, get away from me. I don't want to waste your time. You can't help me. And we're not going to listen to them and say, okay, you can not do therapy. You're used to this. You'll be fine. You're not fine, you're not going to get finer, you're going to get worse. Very likely. Each of our clients had unique experience that's shaping who they are. Pros, pieces, right? Cognitive therapists posit that from these life experiences, people have developed, that's how people develop their core beliefs. Yeah, you learn what you live, right? Challenging negative core beliefs can help clients develop a healthier understanding of themselves and the world around them. It's like, well, a lot of people think that, and it's very common, right? A lot of people think that. And they say, oh, it's in my genes. My dad was, my grandpa was, so I am. My mom is, my grandma was, so I am. That's just how it is. No. Yes, that can continue, but you can do it differently. And that's where we psychoeducate them on, right? Well, you're no longer with your child's biological father, and it took you a long time to not be with him, and your daughter won her therapies because she saw that. And she learned that that's how it is. And she can learn that that's how it is, but that's not how it has to be, but it can be difficult, so we want her to break that chain, right? But your daughter saying, I'm not stupid like my mom. I'm not going to do that. I'm not stupid like I'm not going to be an addict. But what are they trying to do? This is how you cope. This is how you forget. This is how you relax. Right? Well, we need to challenge them. Mindfulness. Mindfulness has been defined as a moment-to-moment awareness of one's experience without judgment. You just kind of do it, right? This means being present in the moment with a feeling of acceptance. Increasing one's mindfulness can result in reduced symptoms of anxiety and depression, improved concentration, and a number of interpersonal benefits. So this is very important because it says, anxiety. We keep on talking about anxiety and depression. That's why it says, like, all right, with anxious people, sure, let's teach them these mindfulness techniques, relaxation techniques, etc. What about depressed people? Because they also, data's there, they also improve from it as well. Okay? So your clients most of our clients are one version of depression or anxiety, right? So who can benefit from grounding techniques and all this? All of our clients. That's why SOP, standard operations procedure, every client, in some way or another, you begin with that. Just as, when you're with them, right? And this is all my years of treating people, and I've treated so many females who've been molested. Even the ones that think, you know what, maybe it'd be better if they saw a female therapist. Because they're molested by males, for the most part, right? It's like, yeah, but how are they going to learn to trust men? Even if they're gay, they're still going to need to be around males, and not just gay males, okay? Because it's only 10% of the population is gay. So, how does it start out? By how I approach them, as you can. Okay, so I approach them and say, hello, I'm Dr. Carlos. And every time you come in, that's me, and that's where I would end every session. Shake their hand. It gets them, this is a safe place, it bookmarks it, right? Then I say, how are you? I say, hi, I'm glad you're here. get to know better, so you might joke. Oh, you made it? You're on your way? And then later on it's like, so what do you not want to talk about today? Instead of the last 5 minutes, they're bringing up what they don't want to talk about, because they know you don't have enough time to talk about it. Now we get them to not wait till the last 5 minutes. Hey, we're gonna talk about this. First of all, we'll just talk about my things, and then what I'm gonna get into. Okay? But again, before I do that, or how did you do with the homework? How many times did you do the whatever it is, right? We're here to talk about that, not necessarily about these other things. Right? In a therapy session. What do you do in a therapy session? You do the therapy. When you're at the dentist, what do they do? Not this other stuff. Okay? You don't know how much time you have. So, as I guess, all right, what are the techniques? What do we do? How do we do it? Well, you have the answers on the it on the cries. It, right? It's like, okay, things remind me of it. I don't want to talk about it. I try to stay away from it. Okay, well, that it that you mentioned on that one, I might repeat it. It's like, how old were you when that it comes back to you? Oh, was it when you were living here or when you were living there? Maybe that's where we live. Okay? Right. We're not asking them to tell me about it, to describe it, to give me the trauma narrative yet, which the evidence base says that you can deal with trauma in 12 to 18 sessions. And then the county says you've got to leave. Because the evidence base says that's as long as it takes. Okay, you can do all kinds of things with data. Especially if you have already in your mind what you want to prove, right? My experience says, yeah, you can do a lot of that, especially the person is, they get it, and they're like, I'm going to do it, right? But even then, the client did 20 seconds to do the PMR, and okay, I'm ready for therapy. And say, you know, I've been here with you like a year and 8 months or something. And I've really grown. And that was more than 18 sessions. And we use the cry specifically. That other stuff too, but the cry is like to each one. And which one is the one that resonated close from one that you would keep on? Did you stay away from giving therapy before? And you're gonna say, something's off. And he didn't realize that, you know what I noticed? At some point when my wife listened to, no longer thinking of self-harm. He never attempted to shoot himself or anything, but the thought would come in his head. Because he was used to it. And the only time it was away when he actually went to college, to law school, as a lawyer. In Santa Cruz, and that was the only time he wasn't having those thoughts. Because he was away from his family and origin, that's it. And this environment. The triggers. All these other games and things that happen, right? And now I'm able to realize that. He thinks I'm great, fantastic, the best thing ever. Look, I'm just a therapist, man. But what you did was great. So, who was there? Who's not? Is it somebody new? Is it strangers? Oh, that, you drawn it? Again, stick figures and all that's fine. But then you find somebody who's like, whoa, you're a really good artist. A teenage girl that, man, terrible stuff. Beginning in elementary school where she was raped in the bathroom at school. Person came on campus with a gun. Nobody even did that. At the same time, though, here she is in school, the Latina girl, South American part of her, and the teacher, she had a Latina teacher who would get in her face and say, crumble up her work, don't have her. Emotional reaction, right? As a therapist. But very able to deal with all that stuff and draw it out. And in fact, interesting person, she drew the place that she went to, her safe place that she went to, that she dissociated to. She drew it. I have it. And she was able to PMR, do that, but be present and deal with her stuff. And put together a group, very few groups I did, about women who were abused and molested, and she drew what they thought was right for them. Helping with their self-esteem, right? It wasn't for me, for them, it was for them and her. So drawing, sometimes, I can't say it, I can't tell you, okay? Maybe just this one. So little by little as opposed to all of it, right? Again, what's their age, or maybe Play-Doh. Okay? Or the color. What color does that feel? When that happened, what color? Or what part of your body did you feel? Right? So they're communicating, they're expressing and venting, but first we need to know that they're here. Even though they might be talking about like that woman that described a lot of her abuse history, but didn't remember it. Okay? But like I said, sometimes people will shut down, right? As a part of being depressed is that if you fall asleep, sleeping a lot. There was a client that I had, victims of crime client, and the mom came in and her husband was killed in front of the house, shot, and her little boy, they were in the house, and so she comes to therapy and she brings her boy, he's like 3 or 4 years old, and started talking about the grief and all that's going on, and the kid's there with her, and the kid goes to sleep. That's his reaction to mom talking about what happened. He didn't get irritable, he just fell asleep. And many therapists are like, well, how do we get kids to talk, and how do we get adults to talk? When we know about their ACEs and what age were you when this and this and these things happen, because some people say, well, I want to work with adults. Well, work with kids because those people are those kids. Right? So we're just fooled by it. But they're big. They have a good vocabulary. That's like, yeah. But in that moment, again, with PTSD, you go right back. Neurologically, you go right back to that space and that time. Okay? That's also part of, well, what would the adult you tell that little kid? Can help them to break it apart, right? well, I tell that little kid this, what do you think? Okay, so this is the cries in Spanish, right? Okay, so this is a dog sheet. Okay. This is a little 8-year-old, 10 months. She's been treated before with us, and she's now with us now, and doesn't want to continue with therapy. So she came in and she had an issue with a scar on her face, and that was what the family thought that she needed help with, because she's, you know, very conscientious about that. Of course, kids are mean and they tease, and she's, you know, shy little girl and all that stuff, right? So that's the thing to work on, right? And so she hadn't been seen since the last therapist left, and now she's a new therapist, right? Whose client is this? It's your client. What does she tell you?
She says, I think I'm done with therapy, so my mom's gonna call you to end therapy services.
I think I'm done with therapy. I'm doing okay. My mom's gonna call you to end therapy, right? If we didn't have this, she's been in therapy, she's doing a little better, right? Well, what does her cry say? Piensa en eso aunque no lo quieres hacer. You think about it even though you don't want to. 1. Tratas de sacarlo de tu memoria. You try to not remember it. 1. 3, 0. 4. Te mantienes alejada de cosas, lugares y situaciones que te acuerdan de lo que pasó. 1. You stay away from things that remind you. Triggers, right? Trata de no hablar al respecto. You try not to talk about it. 1. Imaginas que lo que pasó y se mete en tu mente. You imagine it and it's stuck in your mind. 1. Hay cosas que te hacen hacer pensar en lo que te pasó. There's triggers, right? 1. Tratas de no pensar en lo que pasó. 1. You try not to think about it. So she has all but one of them are ones. Right? She says, I'm okay, I need therapy, my mom thinks I'm okay too, and she's going to tell you, so what are we going to do? Respect her? I'm going to respectfully hear her and say, you know what you're talking about, kid. This tells us you still need therapy. I'm not even sure what it is. I'm not sure that the previous therapist knows what it is. She knows what this is, right? What's out of the water, but we don't know what's under the water. How murky is it? Is it clear? Is it deep? Is it one thing? Is it 2, 3 things? Okay, so all of them have a 1, except number 3. Tienes ondas de sentimientos fuertes al respecto. You have waves of feelings about it. That's the only one that's 0. And she said this. See how she's saying, well, how are you doing? Fine. Good. Not that bad. Okay? Who says not that bad a lot are addicts. It's not that bad. It's not like, I'm only using this, not that. I only use it this much, not that much. Right? It's not that bad. And who's another addict? He's not that bad. You can do it all the time. Your addiction is him. And he's not that bad. Well, are you to have or do you deserve good, great, or not that bad or bad? Well, I'm okay with not that bad, that's all I deserve. Is that what people around you think? That's what your best friend thinks. And he actually tells you he's not that bad to me. Not that this doesn't happen to males too, just not as often. Okay? She's not that bad. You don't understand. You're just jealous. No, I'm not. Okay? So, the idea is like, so, one is we need to call mom. You're gonna call mom and say, hey, your daughter is saying this, however, there's still some more work that we need to do with her because there's still underlying anxiety, and it might come up again, and this time might even become stronger. Psychoeducation. Now, if she doesn't listen to this young therapist, how could she know anything? How old are you?
23.
She's 23. No te niega, ¿qué ha de saber, right? Then she has to talk to Dr. C, and probably older than mom, right? And they say, look, we want us to work with her, because we're concerned. And that your daughter does think she's doing better, but she could do a lot better. Okay? So what is apparently she's basically saying, I'm okay and I don't need to talk about any of this stuff. So, what are some suggestions? She's 8 years old, 8 years, 10 months, right? I think. Yes, so she's almost 9. Fairly verbal?
Sorry?
Is she fairly verbal?
Yes.
Bilingual?
Yes.
Right. So, we don't know when it happened. And we don't know the languages happening. That's why too, it's very important, like persons that I dealt with that they come from these other countries, like it happened in Honduras, it happened in Mexico, it happened in Colombia, it could probably happen in Spanish, so we probably need to process it in that language. Okay? So what some suggestions that you have that we could approach and get the person to talk about what they want to talk about or don't think it's necessary to talk about. Okay, almost. So it's 3rd grade? Yeah. 3rd grader, how to get her to talk about some of these stuff. What's some suggestions that you have? What are some ideas of what you would do if she was your client?
There's an activity where you take like toys and like whatever you have, and you can have the kid dump them all out, make a really big mess, and then you say, okay, why don't you set up a scene for me? What does your family look like? And they get to pick pieces, and then you can ask them about all of those things, and they go, okay, and any friends, anyone from your past? Is there a bad guy in this story? Who's the villain of all these characters we're playing with? And kind of go at it in a different way where it's projected onto characters.
Yeah. So that's a projective technique, very similar to a sand tray, right? But without the tray and without the mess, right? It's like, okay, we got all these random things, might be some animals, might be some humans, might be different people. It's like, okay, basically it's tell me a story, make it a story. And then, are there some people that are good people, or bad people? And it's like, that's projective. It's like, oh, there's a bad person here, I didn't know what you did. But when you say, tell me some people, maybe what they do. Okay? What they do, because sometimes this thing isn't necessarily considered bad to them. They just know I'm not supposed to do it. I'm not supposed to like it. Okay? So what do they do? Oh. Right? So it's safer, right? To get her to talk about it. But we don't know that it can be anything, right? There can be something she witnessed, it could be something that was done to her, it could be something that she did. So, right, so that's one option, right? But I would just, one correction is, why? People don't know. Like, so what, who, what, when, where? Why? You keep it out, you get a lot farther because a lot of times our clients will react to why because that brings them back to, why'd you do that? It's a trigger to I'm in trouble. And confused, I know, because a lot of times kids are in trouble and say, why'd you do that? And it's like, I don't know, and now I'm stupid because I really don't know. It's sometimes interesting. It's like, does it make sense that the person asked that when it's really obvious? Why'd you get the cookie when you were told not to? Because it was there. Because it was a cookie. Right? Why do people go up to Mount Everest and do all these dumb things? What do they say? Because it's there. You know, even though there's people that are frozen. Right? So, because it's a challenge, because it was there. Because the opportunity presented itself. No, well, I did it because I was being, disobedient. Because when a kid does it on purpose in school, what do they call it? Willfully disobedient. They're behavior disorder. Well, that's why they do it, because they're willfully disobedient, because they have a behavior disorder. No, because they're normal kids and they do it. Because they've been modeled. Because somebody told them if you don't do it, you're a wimp. You're not going to be goody two-shoes. Right? So there might be a lot of different reasons that they do this stuff. But we want to know what it is. Yes?
You can try doing a timeline, maybe having her draw pictures of her life or key events throughout her life, and that may give you some insight.
Right? I think the timeline is one of our resources. It's each page has 10 years to it, so you'd only need 2 pages. Versus instead of having like maybe 5, 6 pages. It's like, so what things that happen are key things.
I've seen timelines where specifically for kids where they have like blank boxes where they can draw versus write. So, and then they can explain to you what they drew, and then you can ask a lot more open-ended questions about what does this mean? Tell me a little bit more about this time.
Yeah. Okay. So again, the less verbal they are, right? But even then, they're verbal, but when it comes to that, maybe they're not that verbal. Okay? And maybe drawing is the way to get it out. Or to get started in doing this. And then you can also start and think, then they stop. And so you're looking at them, like, okay, it's okay. Take a breath. Were you feeling uncomfortable? And maybe that is a check instead of yes, even though it's like check. You can do this, right? Give them some ways that you can check or you can do these things, and that means yes or no. Or I don't know. I don't know is also okay. Yeah.
Another thing you can do is probably play a game like Candyland, assign a color to every emotion, and then every time she ends up like landing on blue, say it's sad. Can you tell me what it looks like for a person to be sad? Next time she lands on blue, can you tell me a time where you were sad? Or give her a scenario of if a child was to go through this, what do you think that would look like? So utilizing the game to kind of talk about different emotions.
Yeah. It's like, it's going to happen more and more as you guys progress and people find out you're a therapist. And people say, I have a friend. They have a friend. What would you recommend? What do you think? And I tell you, I'm a psychologist, but right now I'm not a psychologist. right now I'm just kind of here at the party. No? Although, yes, I do think like a psychologist. As dentists think like dentists, right? Dentists are watching people's teeth. Well, that person has a motorbike, that person could use some braces. Right? But they're not going up saying, you know, hey man, see me. Right? Because we know this stuff, right? But we're not necessarily there. So yeah, you know, well, some people this happens. Well, yeah, I mean, that's so you're being open-ended, right? And that's another thing too. Sentence completion. You can find some, you can make some up. Help me finish this. Oh. Sometimes kids are scared because there's first different things, right? It's like, because you have an idea. It's something, they might feel guilty, they might feel scared, they might feel, we don't know. Okay? But asking them directly a question, sometimes that is just triggering. We're trauma-informed, being basically empathic, compassionate, wanting to help them, but we don't want to avoid it, we just want to approach it in a way where they feel safe. Again, all these different slides, like, they need a safe place. Right? They need to be available, emotionally, neurologically. And we're helping them to do that. They don't need to understand that. Understanding is overplayed. Okay? Acknowledging, aware is more important than understand. But I want to understand, right? You're not. And it's not necessary. How about if we just accept it? And we just go along with it and appreciate it, right? And put it there. I mean, today, you know, before, when I was a kid, you could open a hood and say, oh, we can time this thing, we can do this thing. Now, we need a computer, you know? Well, I just know it turns on or it turns off. Okay? Do you understand how it works? The engine? The transmission? The brake system? No, do you need to? No. No. Okay? And then we do need to trust. So as was mentioned, it's like, so I'm gonna open up to other questions, like other questions you might have, like having a problem with this, having a problem with that, how do we do this, how do we do that? If I don't have the question, somebody else here probably does, right? Because they're wrapping things up. Thank you for being patient, not leaving. Okay. Question about the process, about what's going on. How do you handle things? Yeah.
If someone asks a question, do you mind reiterating it? So
Yeah, I'll repeat it.
Yeah.
But first you have to ask the question. We can make one of these for the first person that does it. All right. She already got this one. You have questions. You're not gonna get in trouble from the rest. Don't ask a question, we wanna leave.
Okay, I have a question.
Oh.
If I wanted to use a translator or an interpreter with a family session, is there an additional form or something I need to fill out? How do I go about doing that?
Okay, if you need a translator to do a family session or to speak with a parent or some other important person that's Spanish speaking or not, you don't need a form. Do you need a form? No, you don't need a form. You let admin know, the form of Mrs. Cardenas, and she'll see about who can be available Probably Omar. Actually, I've done it sometimes. Well, not for sessions. I just talk to the parents. You know, I haven't been a translator for a session. Okay? And then they can set up a time that's coordinated. I think they just did it this week, right? For someone. Yeah. So, it's like, so we need you to contact them, an email, and then probably then clarify what time are you available, what the best time for you, then we can see about what time is best for them, coordinate that, and then it's like, okay, we have it set up, and then Omar will probably be there. We've actually had it, if they're close enough, like Montague, right? Montague is it's not that far from here, and we've actually, where he would go, not him, but our other staff, Adrian, would go and he'd be there physically translating with the mom for a family session. Okay, so that's how we go about things. We need a form, but we need to just make sure that we're coordinating, you know, because we don't want to have two people there waiting for somebody who doesn't show up. Okay? No, you're just moving, you know. If we have any problem with Terra, what do we do? Contact the state of, and she's gonna ask you, did you look at the video I sent you? Right? Oh yeah, that video, which one? Do you need me to send it to you again, and then we can make an appointment, and I can meet with you? She's not being mean, she's very amiable, very patient, very patient.
Very patient.
No, you guys aren't there, but we've had some people that really test the patience, okay? You guys are good.
Please do reach out if you need any support.
Yeah, so she's your Tebra support, right?
Documentation support.
Documentation support.
You need to connect with your supervisor, and you can't get in touch with them, I'll help you connect with one of our other supervisors.
Yeah. Because we're not always available, and sometimes, like, and I would say, if you have something more immediate, I'd say text. Okay? Text your supervisor, text her, because that's happens like, oh, I'm trying to get a hold of one of the supervisors, is not available, and she texts me, and it's like, okay, or gets hold of me, it's like, okay, I'll call. Because like you're out of sight, right? And you want to know what to do. Before I leave or before the client leaves, what do I do? Like, okay, you're not bothering us, okay? It makes sense, and then we'll see what we can answer, we can do, okay? So there are various ways to get that support, okay? And then that happened, and I said, oh, Nahil, I talked to Judy, and this is what we talked about and what we did, okay? So that, or I talked to Ed, and I talked to supervising, so I say that because I'm usually the most available person. Okay? And then actually Nahil's pretty available too. Ed has a job that doesn't make him as available during the day. Okay? So, he's not ignoring you if he's your supervisor. Okay? Yes. We have 5 minutes left. Come on. What else? Yes.
I wonder when we will get our badges and how will we get them?
Okay, if you are telehealth, which is only 2 of you, we're gonna probably mail it to you. Otherwise, we'll get it to you guys at the site that you're at. Oh, wait a minute. Where are you? Site?
Environment for.
What town, city is it?
Gardena.
Gardena. Somebody gonna drive it out to Gardena?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so we'll get it, if you're on a site, I'm just saying. how
You
many
can
people-
name it. You don't have to drive all the way over there. Much
So-
worse than in traffic for a 101 and not go there.
We know what times to go. So we'll get it to you hopefully, by the end of the month. Okay? So, you know, you're landing, but meanwhile, it's like, they like you wearing the shirts, okay, at the schools. One, because it also has to do with dress code, it's nice, and also then it's like, especially some of you like look really young and they're like, what are you doing on campus? Are you a student? Are you a parent? I'm really young kid. Right, so we'll get them to you as soon as possible, and also the lanyard shows that, hey, it's doing this.
Did you have a question that we were discussing during lunch? And I said, bring it up, Miguel.
Who?
Was it Miguel? Did you, not a question, but we're talking about the 36 hours and when you have a difficulty.
Oh,
Yeah, the tiers, cause when we did our interview about like how many hours, clinical hours for the different tiers, apparently I know there were tiers for the stipend.
Okay, yeah, there's 2 tiers, right? So, client hours, to be in the one tier is with less, which is where people start at, is up to 10 clients and client hours, and then you to 15, that's where you then are eligible for the stipend that's $1,000 a month, right? And you don't go from that lower tier to the other tier until we see that your supervisor agrees. The person can handle it, there you go, right? So, and that's just so you know some of the background. There's have been programs like, you guys are working on they need to start slower, and it's like, but some people are like, hey, give me as many clients as fast as possible because I want to do my hours. So different people are in different spaces, okay? But we want to make sure that that's because as you do more hours, your supervisor also needs to be available and needs to know that you're going to be able to do it or coordinate it. Because if you need 2 hours, usually 1 hour for 5, right? Another hour for the next 5, and then another hour for the 5 after that. So it's 5 to 1, right? So sometimes it's like, well, I can only do the 2 comfortably with our schedule. It's like I can cover some other therapists because it doesn't have to be your primary therapist that does all of your supervision hours, right? And then also usually they say, oh, it's easier because, all right, you got your 2 hours covered by who's your supervisor? Dottie, okay? Dr. Pimentel's got that covered, but the 3rd hour, I'm gonna bring you in to do a triadic with one of my supervisees. Okay? So we attempt to, as much as possible, do the 1st hour one-on-one, the 2nd hour still might be one-on-one, or might be triadic, but if it's 3rd hour, probably it's gonna be triadic because, hey, we're just kind of covering what's going on, what's happening, because, you know, we technically have to do that to be within the BBS. Okay? Yes?
What happens when they're having difficulty after being assigned clients, having difficulty reaching out to parents? When and how do they get support?
Okay. So you've been assigned a client. What do? Got assigned the client, you put it into your activity log, received client, and now she's been put into, she's now mine, right? And within 36 hours, you're gonna attempt to make a contact with the parent, say, I've been assigned your son, your daughter, and I'm at the school on Tuesday, I'm gonna see them on Tuesday if they're there, however, I'd like to talk to you. You make that call and they talk to you, great, you do the appropriate note, right? However, you try, they're not there. You let admin, who referred to you, you get Mrs. Cousin and say, I tried, this is what I did, so we need help, and so we need, perhaps you can try, or the school, we can let the school know that we're having a hard time. Is this even a correct phone number or something? Yes?
Can I add to that?
Yes.
So when we're trying, it's not just making a phone call, leaving a voicemail, it's trying to text them and also try to communicate with them via email. And if all 3 things don't work, I think then you should be able to email Rosie and then Rosie will try it on her.
Yeah.
And just to add to that, when we send out we assign you, and you will be, many of you, raise your hand if you've already been assigned and gotten the email, the following is a person that's been assigned to your caseload. Okay, good. So then, for those that haven't quite gotten that, you will be getting it very soon. And when you get those emails, what we do is, the person who referred that client to us from your school that you're at, we have them CC'd and copied, okay? In addition, that might be someone different than the liaison, because maybe they're at MIT, let's say one of our schools that have 3 counselors and 1 liaison. Well, the liaison will always be copied, but if there's someone else who sent in, because there's a 9th grade counselor and they are sending it in, they want to make sure this child gets seen, they also know how to send it and refer. So we put them on it. So now you have 2 people at the school that are being copied that see, oh, my little Johnny needed therapy, and we had parents sign and we submitted the referral, and now it's gone through and gotten vetted, and now they've actually signed, and now the therapist is getting assigned. They see that. But they're waiting to see that you have been able to contact the parent. It's very important that you make every effort to contact the parent before seeing the student. Is that a must? Not really, because they've already given us their consent to see them. However, many parents, to start on a good footing, really do want you to contact them, at least with the telephone, you know, with a call or a text, introducing yourself, saying, I'm on campus tomorrow, just want you to know I've been reaching out, wanted to have an opportunity to speak to you, haven't been able to, I will see your daughter tomorrow, please text me a better time for us to communicate. I'd like to be able to, you know, meet you, and, you know, via phone or what have you. But it's very important because they're the only ones that aren't on that email, the parents, okay? The admins are on, the liaisons are on there, the counselor referred is on there, your supervisor is on that email, all the admin team behind the scenes that's working to make sure your Tebra is working, that are supporting you, they're all, believe it or not, it's like about 6 people could be on there. That's your team. So when you are not able to get in contact with the parent at all, you try texting and maybe the phone, and this happens, the phone, the number on the referral isn't accurate. That's when you need to get help. You need to say, hey team. You don't have to say, hey Rosie, although it probably will be Rosie responding. Say, hey team, I've tried to locate this parent. I want to see the student. I'm looking forward to meeting the student. However, can anyone help me get in contact with the parent? Sometimes the admin will see that, and depending on the school you're at, some are right there, and they'll send right away, you know, hey, new therapist, glad you're seeing, you know, Johnny, you know, Susie Q. I have a new number. Here, try this. And it's like, oh great, and then of course I read it, or my staff reads it, they're like, woof, we better update that information. We didn't know that. But that's something you put in your daily log. You put that in so that we can see comments. Have not been able to reach parent, however, liaison provided me with this number. I'm calling and I'm leaving a message. Then the next thing would be you did it, and then you would write on your activity log. Today, the next day I called, got in touch with parents, have set up an appointment. That activity log is so important. It's like, and you can keep going, it wraps, you know, for the whole month. And the new month, you get a whole new clean one and you get to wrap again. But we want to know what's going on. And if you're sending emails to just Rosie, then the rest of your team is not hearing how they can help. And, or if you're just mentioning it during your supervision time, then your supervisor will maybe give you a suggestion, but it would have been better for you to have responded to the email, to that assignment, and said, hey team, this is where I am. That certainly doesn't mean you don't bring it up during supervision. It certainly doesn't mean that you text me and say, if you have my number, some of you are lucky enough to have my number. If I was silly enough to give it to you, but no. I already got a text from one of you. It's like, what? It is not, text is not ever better than, you can text me and say, I sent you an email, check your email, ASAP. But don't send me a text without an email, because I'm gonna say, well, she was just saying hi to me. I don't know what you wanted, okay, kind of thing. It must be written in an email, and as much as possible, always, not as much as possible, always CC your team, but your supervisor. Supervisors are like, Heidi, but yes, They are your lifeline. They are your lifesavers.
Okay.
They advocate for you. So please, when you are sending me something, make sure they know, because some people have this great opportunity to still send me emails and say, just for point of clarification and clear communication, I want you to make sure that this happens. And when I'm reading between the lines, what they're saying is, they're hearing your anxiety and they want to make sure that I prioritize your requests. So I read through the lines and it's like, as much as possible, I will. Okay? And our staff is small, but it's mighty, and we so want you guys to have a good connection. You can't provide services if you're not making linkage. Do not spin yourself into anxiety, thinking, what am I doing? Or getting depressed, is it me? How come they don't want to see me? We're all a team. We all work together. So please, if you have any questions, talk to your supervisors. Little details really do make a difference for us. The daily log is so important, and we so need it in order to make sure that you guys are getting the support you need in order to do the great work that you guys are doing. So thank you.
All right, so along those lines, when you get the name of the person you're having a hard time getting hold of, use the same thread, that same email thread. Okay, so when you say, oh, okay, this is what happened with this client, with this school, with you and your clients, okay? So that otherwise it's like, when I send an email, well, it's easier to throw all together. Yeah. And we're done with time.
Sorry, for this is just like, do you equally want us to email when we have contact or reach out, or just when we put that in the activity?
If you done, then you put that in the activity. So there's not a problem. Things are just speed.
Okay, so don't.
Yeah. Okay. We want to know if it leads out to something. Yeah, if you need help. If it's smooth and things are happening, we don't need to hear about it. It's just there in the memo. In the weekly memo and the weekly local. All right, so everybody, if you can, before you leave, go outside and want to take a group picture.
Yes.
I mean,
Are we having a little stress?
stop. Not even like that. I would you wear it now.